This is not easy. And there is a corner there. I don't know what is happening. Please try. We need some trials from that end. Also from the other end. Look, as we change over to the other slide. Look, we change to the other slide. Yeah. This was easy. Oh, you wanted to see it. It was not written in the right way, so that's why I did not tell you. It was supposed to be carved. It was not carved. But now this is very easy for also the people who were born in the, no, this is for everyone. This is for everyone. So who can try this? Yeah, there's a hand there, the first one.
Breaking Bad?
Yeah, clap for him. He loves movie shows. So this is a movie show called Breaking Bad. So the bad is breaking. Cindy? Yeah, I love this one. I love this one. I don't see any attempts. So I have others that are a bit easier. So look, we change to the other slides. So I think there's a small, look, change the decodables, the other ones. Move from this, no. So let me sort. I have very interesting one. Yeah, I'm back. So let's see. Let's continue. So these are very easy. So who knows what that means? These are, okay, an announcement. So all my people in the Cape Skies project, oh, can you just lift your hand up? All the guys in my Cape Skies, yeah. So all those guys, we had gone through this. So if they tell you the answer, if they lift up their hand, please don't give them the mic. And I can see where you are seated. Yeah. So can we go through this? What do you think this is? You know the answers. Think very easy. Yani, think easy. Think class 1. Think class 1. Class 1, primary 1. Okay. Yes, we have one there. From known to unknown? No. So this is what you tell someone if you don't have an issue. If you don't have an issue, like I met you and maybe you did some small mistake, there is something that I'll tell you. Oh, yes, Paul, at the back there. And I am not happy when you are looking it on the phone.
Easy like ABCD.
No, no, no.
Easy.
So the answer is no biggie. No biggie. There's, when you look at it, there's no big E. So, yeah, so it's no biggie. So, make it easy. Make it easy. Are we moving on well? So these are good. Huh? Yeah, yeah. So that is no biggie. So we move to the next one. So this is very easy. So anyone who want to try? Wait for the mic.
For old time's sake.
Yeah, clap for him for old time's sake. Then we move to this one. This is very easy. Just don't complicate it. Very easy. And that's why I'm saying my class, don't talk. If I see you talking, you go home. This is very easy. Just don't complicate it. Don't complicate it. There is a hand somewhere? Oh, there is a hand there. And I don't like how she's looking. What is she looking? Yeah, just give it. Do you have a phone?
Travel overseas.
Hey, clap for her. Travel overseas. Travel overseas. Travel is overseas here. So you are traveling overseas. We clap for her. So, this one is a good one. This one, it will be hard to crack. But once you crack it, it will be very easy. So, a clue, there is another letter at the end. So, just know there is a letter at the end of, after the O, there's something else. So, but it's very easy. So first, has 2 steps. Has 2 steps. That's a big, big clue. Has 2 steps. And this is a statement that you'll say when you think now you are feeling well.
It's over to you.
Yeah?
Over to you.
No, no, no. No, I'm not giving to you. You can see the slide and the answer. Why are you? No, no, no. So, 2 steps here. So the first one is to figure what the whole word is, and then you go to the next step. So, you don't see a hand. So I'll tell you, the word is operation. The whole word is operation. So the next step becomes, is someone who said the answer, but I don't like how you're saying the answer. So ask for the mic. Someone just say the answer here. So I can tell you the answer so that we move on. Is it? Senor? So in that, the word operation, you cannot see pain. So the statement is painless operation. So the operation didn't have the pain. Clap for me, at least. Now it's idea. I'm helping you guys. Yeah. Hi. So there's this one. So think of me when you are thinking of this statement. A big clue. And I've given it away. So here. Yeah, give it to her. The lady.
I'm bigger than you.
You just say it loud?
I am bigger than you.
Yeah, I'm bigger than you. Think of me, I'm bigger than almost everyone here. That's what the clue. And I said, I've given it out big. You guys, you need to catch these things. And this thing was done by, eh? That was easy. This is very nice. Think Mombasa. Think what happens here. And I don't want people to shout. I don't want anyone shouting. So this is very easy. What's up? Yeah. This is very easy, but I don't want anyone to even shout a syllable. So I want you to ask for the mic and tell us. I can see the pain in my class, my project team, because they know these answers and they would. Yeah, there is a hand from Amani.
Seasoning.
Just do it louder.
Seasoning.
Yeah, that is seasoning, so it's seasoning. Think Mombasa, a lot of spices. Sindio, we are seasoning the food. Okay. So this might be our last ones. So we are waiting for a few guests. I think this one will be. So this is easy. This is you. I'll tell you. This is something that you go through, you've done, you know. There's a hand here.
All in a day's work?
Yeah, clap for her. All in a day's work. So if you look at that, you can extract all, and it's inside a day's work. So this one is very easy. You want to try? Yeah? I think I did a very big mistake to break. Yeah, because this is the canine, yeah? Sorry for that. Give us How many did you get out of 10? So we are waiting for our chief guest to get in. By the time I was announcing, they were just getting from the airport. So I think they will be here in less than 10 minutes' time. Sorry for your inconveniences, and thank you for your patience. But at least you tried. So continue networking, choose your breakout session, check your email for the email that was sent yesterday. There are 3 breakout sessions per session. So today in the afternoon, there will be 3 breakout sessions, tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon. So choose your breakout session. Connect on B2Match. Make sure that you have meetings with people. You don't know where a big story or a big thing starts. So please do that.
The water, because my first dive was different experience. Actually, I can now take more time.
morning. Good morning. May I have your attention? To all those who are outside, please let's get in. Ushers, help us to get those who are outside in so that we can start. So we, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, will start in. Please get into the hall so that we can get started. So ushers. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Blue Economy Innovation and Investment Summit 2024. That's where we clap. So this will be an amazing event, an event that will require you to be happy, to be open, to be networking. I will start by giving you an example of things that, when set in the right temperature or in the right conditions, they can do things that are not expected. So, Your Excellencies, there are two elements. There's oxygen and there's hydrogen. The two things today, because when these things come together, is it? So, but looking at hydrogen and oxygen as mere elements, one is explosive, the other one supports combustion very well. But when put in the right condition, this thing distinguishes fire. So this is the right condition for businesses, for investment, for policies, and for moving communities forward. and that's where we clap. So, my name is Kenneth Njehia. I work as the head of innovation at Sote Hub. I work as a board member at the Association of Countrywide Innovation Hub. That is a network of innovation hubs in the country. And I'll be the facilitator for this event. I'll be having other facilitators, and I hope we will enjoy the ride. Before we do any other thing, I would like to ask all to be upstanding for the national anthem. Remain standing for the East African anthem.
Mungu twaomba unilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Let's all be seated. Thank you so much. Summit 2024. So I would like us to start with the word of prayer from Mr. Abdallah and Alvin. So Alvin, come and give us a word of prayer. And Bwana Abdallah, be ready. You can be standing on this side so that you do that next.
Let us pray. Our Father, in the name of Jesus, we bless you because of this day, a day that you've made, that we will rejoice and be glad in it. In this summit, Lord, we pray that you are going to be with us. Help us through every discussion, every talk, through the networking and every event and occasion that is going to happen here. We pray that Jehovah, at the end of the day, Jehovah, it's all going to be success stories, Lord. For every guest, for every delegate, all of us, Lord, we commit ourselves to you. We know that we cannot do this without you. Therefore, Lord, we pray that you help us to do it your way. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Let's pray. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wal asri inna al-insana lafi khusr illa alladhina amanu wa tawassaw bil haqq wa tawassaw bis sabr. Oh Allah, I ask you for knowledge that is briefing a good previous and deed that will be accepted on this summit. Oh Allah, forgive us, have mercy on us, guide us, heal us and provide us for us. Oh Allah, enable us to be grateful for your favor which have been bestowed upon us and upon our family to do rightness of what you approve, and admit us by your mercy into the rank of your rightness servant. Praised be Allah, abundantly and servant was such at nature as production of blessing. It's not what is a function. Abundantly I know. Thank you, Allah. Just thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get a security debrief from our host so that we know that we are secure at this place. So welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Welcome to Sarova White Sands Beach Resorts and Spa. My name is Samuel Mundet, and I would like to take a few minutes of your time to take you through security brief. We are in Johari 1. Where we are in Johari 1. The hotel security setup comprises of security guards, police, both in uniform, and plane, and KWS covering the beach line area and the compound. The hotel has an elaborate CCTV system covering all areas of the compound. The hotel also is covered by an elaborate alarm system, and in case of any alarm, please do not panic. Treat it as a false alarm unless confirmed by our team. There is no planned drill for today. The nearest emergency exit is located within the room. It's shown, one exit is there, the other one there, and the other one on the other side. The nearest washroom is located just when you go outside. Our guards who are seated there, are standing there, will show you where the washrooms are. The nearest smoking zone is also located just outside there, at the back of this hall. So also the security, our security will show you where the smoking zone is. they will direct you in case you need it. The hotel has in-house clinical officer. In case of any ill health, kindly let us know and you will be assisted. We are not expecting any public activities within the area today. So we hope you will enjoy your meeting without disturbances. We are also advise all our participants to take care of their items and know the person seated next to you. Maybe he will be the next friend of yours. Just know whoever is seated next to you. The safety of our guests and staff is our priority. Lastly, opposite where the exhibition are, we are serving coffee. Just outside there, where the exhibition are, we are serving our coffee there, and lunch at Barasa Lawns. Barasa Lawns is on the other side. Our security team will show you where the Barasa Lawns is for lunch. I think you have been told about Wi-Fi name. You will just put Sarova Hotels, voucher code, Johari. Also, if you have any problem, our IT team are there. Thank you so much for listening and have a good time. Thank you so much.
Let's appreciate him. Let's all appreciate him for that security assurance. So, ladies and gentlemen, are we taking off or we are diving? What's the difference? Yeah. Now we want to take a deep dive, but before we get here, we have done something before. So I want to invite you to check our journey and why we are here today.
Economy, Innovation and Investment Summit. Previously on the Blue Economy, Innovation and Investment Summit, the role of technology in optimizing marine operations, reducing environmental impact and increasing efficiency took center stage. Warming up to the main summit, Sote Hub hosted an open forum on women in blue economy focused on equipping female entrepreneurs with effective business communication and market research skills, linking them to investors. This was followed by a cybersecurity hackathon with a cash prize of 500,000 shillings up for grabs. Other activities leading to the summit included a beach cleanup and a bike riding excursion to promote conservation and sustainable mobility. The main event featured various panels, discussions, and a pitching competition by young innovators. Side events on the investment readiness and a tourism roundtable were hosted by our partner hubs in Mombasa. The main summit, a flagship event within the week-long series, was opened by the Slovak ambassador to Kenya, Katrina Lelik-Donova, with the Honorable Ababu Namwamba, the then Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, Sports and the Arts, also in attendance. So, coming up.
So we can appreciate the team that was there and then appreciate yourself for being here. So this could not have been possible while there. So clap for yourselves. I don't like how you are appreciating yourself. You have done much more. So can you appreciate yourselves? So I want you to also help me appreciate the people that have made this event possible. With no particular order, I'll just name them and let's appreciate all of them. Is that okay? Is that okay? So I'll start with Slovak Aid. We clap for them. JZ Spark, British High Commission. That is, they came with Soko Plug and UK Tech Hub. We clap for them. There's Cape Skies. There's Go Blue, that is with UNEP and UN Habitat. There's WCS Miamba Yetu. There's Aga Khan Foundation and Schools 2030. There's NORAD and Tech Bridge. We clap for them. ABSA. No, we need to do better. Eh? You know, this is an amazing point. So we need to club better. They need to feel appreciated. They've done a lot to bring us here, to support this event. Is it? Let's make them also feel proud of. So we have TechnoServe. We have Mombasa Cup. We have our investors in the house, EA4VCA. We have Fire Consult. We have Ann Kamau and advocates. We have conferencing in a box. They have made sure that we have this nice setup here. We have IFAO. We have AFBAN, African investors. We appreciate them. We have KNCCI. We have ACCIH. We have VIFA Consult. And live streaming us and the whole production by Blue Radio. Let's appreciate them. So, ladies and gentlemen, when I talk about deep diving, you look at me and you know I cannot dive. Why are you saying yes? You know that is discrimination. But at some point, sometimes what a man can do, a woman can do better. I cannot even do it. But today, I want to bring a co-host who will help us in diving deep into these oceans. Can we welcome her? Let's see.
And my passion or my interest in diving started when I joined Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute. Here I interacted with professional divers at the Maritime Department, and they told me their experiences about the underworld world, but I kind of felt nervous because I had never had a female diver. But I was then later introduced to one of the female divers in Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute. She told me about her experiences. She also encouraged me that if I'm interested in diving, then I can go for it. My diving has focused on scientific research. Mostly I assist researchers in, let's say, taking samples like corals or measurements of corals, the fish habitats. Most of the time the fish surveys, we do that during diving, and this has helped me gain different experience. Actually, I can now take more time in the water, because my first dive was actually, I stayed in the water for just 20 minutes, but now I can stay in the water for 60 minutes. So this is...
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mayali Mohammed. So she will be my co-host today. She will be helping us now dive deep. So dive deep, Cynthia. So yeah, welcome.
Thank you for the wonderful video. Honorables, Your Excellencies, good morning. Hamjambo. Ningependa kuanza mwanzo kwa kuwakaribisha Pwani. Karibuni Pwani, karibuni Mombasa yetu. Jisikie mko nyumbani. Si ni sawa? Mbona hamjibu? Okay, first, Mombasa is not just a destination. Mombasa is an experience. So as you go around, you'll notice our rich culture from Fort Jesus to the colorful old markets. And also, you must indulge in our famous biryani, pilau, samaki wa kupaka, msisahau hizo. I have some few notes before proceeding in. So for the ushers, we have the Sote Team Hub. They have the white t-shirts and blue pants. Can we give a round of applause for them? So just feel free to follow them. They can guide you anywhere. And also, we'll be having the washrooms on your right side. They have the Blue Economy logo. Feel free to also ask for the ushers for the directions. For our exhibition sites are just outside there. Try to go there, try to connect. You might get a new project that you need to invest in. For the health breaks too, they'll be on, when you get out the room at your farthest end on your right side, there it's where the health breaks will be served.
Yeah, and we like to enjoy a moment when we are here. So please take a moment, take a selfie with your friend before you scan this. So take a photo, a selfie with your friend, and I want you to tell your networks that you are the Blue Economy Summit 2024, and you'll use these hashtags. So, use these handles. So, have you taken a selfie? I want you guys to share them online. So, as we continue with the event, we have photographers who will be taking nice photographs of you. So we will post all those photos here. We will take all those photos and we'll post them here. So you'll be able to access your photos. So just anytime, access this drive, take your photo and post it and share it with people outside. So these are the social media handles, X social media handles that you can reach us on. Please do so. So my 1 minute is not over and I've not seen the posts. I've not seen those posts. Oh, we go back to the QR code. So this QR code will be live in a few. They've not edited the photos. Right now you're supposed to take your photo and use that one for now. But I'll also be repeating this QR code as we continue. As we continue with the event. So, before I go to the next part, I want to share a secret. And I want us to use this secret. I want us to use this secret to spice up the event. How many people know David Ogiga? If you just know him, you've ever seen him anywhere. Okay, so many people don't know David Ogiga, but I have something that I want us to get from him. He's my boss, and he's my director. So anytime you are sharing or thinking about an idea, and you bring a very good point, Your Excellencies, David says, yeah, you are right. So that's what he repeats, and everyone who has interacted with David, when he gets a very nice point, he says, yeah, you're right. So everyone, I want us to get to a point in this conference, when we get to a good point, we will all be repeating, yeah, you are right. So I want us to try that. Can you say, yeah, you are right? So at any given point, I will be calling you out to repeat that in appreciation of the man who has put all this together. Can we just appreciate them? Appreciate him? Very nice. I see some people are forgetting. So can we appreciate him? Nice one. So that's the way we'll do this event. So back to... So this event is more about connecting people. And with connecting people, we brought in a software to help us connect you to other delegates, other partners, and we also have investors. So for those of you who have access on B2Match, please take a minute, schedule a meeting with all the partners that you see here. When you receive a meeting invite, please make sure that you accept, at least hear someone out. You don't know where these meetings will take you. The meeting space will be at the coffee space, at the main restaurant. So please go there. Make sure that your meeting is on time because other people will be using the coffee space.
Also going to have plenary meetings. We'll have 3 of them. Today, it will end at 1 p.m. And for tomorrow, we'll start from 9 a.m. to 11. For the third day, we'll start from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. So first, we'll be having the plenary rooms at this room here. Then we have breakout sessions. We have 3 breakout sessions. One will be in Johari, 2 will be in Makutano, and the other one will be right next to the exhibitions at a large tent. So there'll be different showcases available in each breakout room, and after each breakout room, there'll be a photo session.
Please make sure to check the event program on the QR code on your badge. So please scan that so that you can have the whole program. You'll know where you're supposed to be at any given time. So the program is on your tag. So over the time, we'll have tomorrow, this event has a deal room where investors will be meeting startups. So we had a call for application, and startups in the blue space and the climate space applied to meet investors. So our deal room will be outside there, where startups will be meeting one-on-one with startups. So for those startups that did not sign up, we will try to get you spaces if you are in the blue and climate space. But after the startups that were registered, that had already scheduled meetings with investors outside this space will happen. Each startup will have 30 minutes to work directly with an investor, and we are expecting to get deals at the end of those sessions. And that's where you say, no way, you just forgot that. And that's why we say? So we have 21 startups with a total, the deal book size is 56.6 million US dollars. We clap for those startups because they are here. Those are startups that are supporting the economy. So the total number of startups that is in that deal room are 21, with 50 of them being early stage, 50 of them being at the growth stage. And they are distributed as follows: the climate space with 33%, fisheries and aquaculture at 33%, marine conservation 33%, and renewable energy at 19%. So you can see the distribution across the blue economy value chains is well done. So,
so over this summit, we are supposed to set expectations. You can engage in networking sessions. Make sure at least when you come out from here, have 5 contacts. I remember me being here today was from a previous event because I networked. So that is very important. We can also have rich conversation. These rich conversations can help us get certain projects and maybe invest in them. And so this will help the community in future. We'll also have deals and the new projects that are around here, go to them. And we'll also have a port tour tomorrow in the evening. You should pay for this so that you can attend the port tour.
So further details on the port tour will be shared. So at this plenary, we'll have startup pitching. Those are startups that were selected from the startups from the deal book and also from startups that are in this ecosystem. So we did not bring a jury to tell us who did best or who did well. All of you will be the jury. So we will invite you to be a judge for all the startups that will be presenting here today. So we will give you the instruction on how we will do that when we get to that section. So, do we think we are doing well? Do you think we are doing well? Do you think we are doing well? Okay, I don't know if I'll be punished. So, but we are many, is it? We cannot be all punished. We must be all right, yeah? So, at this moment, I would like you to help me invite the convener, the person who has brought us all together, the person who has helped us create this amazing event, taken all these ideas from all of you, talked to you, brought us all together. Please, let's put our hands together for David Ogiga.
Yeah, you're right. Honorable PS, Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, good morning. Good morning once again. So I will not deep dive. Also not a good swimmer like Ken. I think Sotahab is made of non-swimmers. or take a selfie with you. But I want to give you a name. And the name in mind is Blue Champion. So I want you to turn left, right, where your colleague is, and in a professional way, you can say, I am so-and-so, I am a Blue Champion. Let's do that. Oh, I love that. I love the energy. you know, sometimes life happens and you probably have not set yourself a vision or an ambition. So consider that as a personal goal and thank me later because I see Blue Champions in the room. So I think because of time, I'll go to my presentation. Yes. So, fellow but it's possible that we can move from up to down, really. Globally, we produce up to 300% of it is recyclable. So it therefore means that the rest either is in a landfill or it's in the ocean. That's a problem. But then we also see deep sea mining. We love our electric cars. Everything is going electric. Where is the battery going to come from? We are now going deep sea to get cobalt and coltan and the stuff. And then on the other side is, yeah, you are right. Your remote is not working. Eh? We have coral bleaching. Yesterday I had discussions with an expert from UK, Dr. Cauban, and who have been working for a long time on bleaching of corals. It's a reality. This morning I had also discussions with Georgina. I think WCS and UNEP are big in research. It is a reality. It's a problem globally. And do we know what? The corals support nearly a quarter of the marine life. So with the dead corals, it means also the fish, we will no longer be able to get the fish, and as well as a lot of the marine life that we have there. So that's a problem, and that needs to be fixed. But I want you to look at something else, something a bit different. So we have the challenges on the ocean. But look at this map. Kenya is a leader in Africa in terms of attracting investment. And every year, I think Kenya always leads in venture capital coming in. Last year, I think the startups raised about 800 million. But can I tell you a shocking statistics? Less than 1%, if you open that bracket of 800 million, less than 1% actually is going to blue economy startups. And why? It's because of a research that was done by Bretton Bridges, I think last year, that between 2015 to 2023, the startups in the blue space in the sub-Saharan Africa only attracted 72 million. I did the maths, and it's almost like 2 million per year in Kenya. What that means, and I think for me that's the elephant in the room, it therefore means that the youth and the women and the innovators that we are relying on to give us the next solution are under-resourced, are not accessing the right opportunities to get them to the next level. And this is the elephant in the room. Maybe I use the whale in the room. Because we are in the blue economy. But not just that, there are also other challenges. For example, a lot of fisheries is artisanal. So they cannot do deep sea fisheries. They can't go that. I mean, and when you go deep sea, that's when you get the best quality of fish, and it also terms of sustainability. If you look at other value chains, for example, seaweed, Africa, I think, is the largest producer of seaweed in the world. At about that, Tanzania produces 92, Zanzibar 5%. We don't even have data for Kenya, you see, of that red seaweed. I cannot read the full name of that species of seaweed. It's like you can easily bite your tongue trying to read it. But that is a challenge. But where are the opportunities? Where are the opportunities? What's the role of science, for example? If you speak with Kemfree, I was speaking with Dr. Mirera, and there's a type of tilapia that can actually grow in saline water. You see? And I think they have piloted, and this is already working in some quarters. We have technology, for example, whether it's in the aquaculture, that can help you in terms of using AI in predictability in terms of feeding, so that you know when to feed, what the quantity of feed, and this way you avoid waste of feed. And in other words, also it's also cost. It also saves you on the cost. But I think most important is whatever technology is coming, how can we localize the technologies? Localize them in a way in which we build capacity of our innovators, and that we can produce all the materials that we need. Because again, that will be looking at the sustainability element. And they are all emerging opportunities, whether it's in the crab farming, the mud crab farming, etc. and etc. And that really is where we have to start connecting the dots. Kenneth has shown you what we have done in terms of the blue economy the last 2 years. And Her Excellency, we usually call her the patron of the blue economy, Slovak Ambassador Katarina, because she has been consistently with us from the beginning. Please let's give her a nice clap as an appreciation, really. And I think kind of a leading light in this, and really, and by the way, Slovakia is landlocked. Eh? Yeah, without sea. Yeah, so the passion is bigger than the reality. Fantastic. So individually, in our institutions, we are all focusing on big goals. I think some of you have projects that at SOTA we can only dream about. You see, in terms of the ESOs, and I have many friends that are doing amazing stuff here. So how can we all combine together and come in a gathering like this? In fact, I say that the fish has many waters. We are not the only fish. Maybe we are sardines, all right, the smallest. But we have whales in the ocean. We have dolphins. We also have sharks in the ocean. I hope there's no shark here. And we have tuna, you see? So how can we come together and just discuss about the challenges that we are all facing within our, especially in the blue economy space? Because as you see, whether it's funding, whether it's technology, whether it's the opportunities are diminishing. So that for me is the bigger goal and the bigger reason why we try and organize the blue economy. And I must say that we've made mistakes. I'll tell you a little story. Last year we were in a tent in the office, and we had an idea of a beautiful garden party. We had Babu Namwamba, we had Balozi, and we had all our friends coming. And then the biggest rainfall ever in Mombasa showed up. And as they say, the rest is history. So despite the challenges, I think we've learned also the lessons. But I think for us is what little contribution we can be able to make and to the blue economy sector, to advance this sector to the next level. And so really, really appreciate that this year, this is the biggest we have ever reached. And at some point I was like, I was a bit uncomfortable. I was a bit with the scale. You see that you have not one, not two, not three, but 5 Balozis sitting in front of me. I don't know whether what I'm saying makes sense, but they are, and they are all passionate about the blue economy. So this year, I think, what Kenneth has mentioned, that we have more multi-sector players from high level government. The PS is here to the foreign interesting sessions, and the you're just coming for the launch and going back. Pole for you, because you missed quite a bit. And so, for example, we have Nature Conservancy. They did a study on spatial mapping of marine. Sometimes we talk about marine resources, but do we know what's where? And Sue and the rest of the team, Kelvin, are here, and they'll be government that have honored us with the launching of inland waters. You see, when you talk about blue economy, sometimes the perception is just the ocean. Now it's more. So inland waters, and so after this speech, session is over, then they'll come and Dr. Ed is here, and he'll be able to launch that paper, and together with my friend Enos and the of the conservation. We from Norway, also for the first time, and Anton is here, and the team. We want to be able to learn over a new project that we just signed, and so yeah. And then we have TechnoServe. I saw Chris, and so there's a lot that will be happening in the next 3 days, and really that we can all be. And is the team from Tanzania. You are from Tanzania. Oh, look behind us. Possible by Annabelle, and the first time we have 40 people from Tanzania. So from Tanzania Ministry of Fisheries, the NGOs, the startups themselves, some of them will be pitching. So it shows the regional conversation that's already ongoing, and that's an interest for us. So really, really appreciate Tanzania. I'm sure TechBridge are happy. You'll say hi to your brothers and sisters. And then I think there's someone from South Africa. I saw Ocean Hub, yes, our friends from flying all the way. So the South Africans already is here, but the Kenyan was arriving at 10. So it's a challenge there a bit. And yeah, and on Friday, so they will be deliberately, the last day might actually be the best day, because there will be a lot of major announcements in terms of funding opportunities, in terms of synergies. We have almost up to 10 announcements that we'll be making on Friday. And so all the partners that are here, because like I mentioned, we are big on collaboration. Individually making an impact, but if we come together, if you saw, for example, the funding drought in the blue space, also correlates to the contribution to the GDP, because blue economy is only producing 2.5%. Why? And also only producing maybe around 100,000 K jobs. We can do better. We can do better. And that's why we are in this conversation together, so that we can see what the next level can present. So as is already mentioned, we'll have startup will be, for example, one of them, they're not there. The last so many years, they have planted 3 million mangroves. Can we clap for them? And so when you start talking about the CO2 and emission and what you can do on carbon offsetting, they're already leading the way. And we have a startup that is recycling plastic. So again, we are part of 1,000 Ocean Networks, and so they're already recycling waste plastic into reusable drums. Last year, they did like 970 tons of plastic off the seas. And that, for us, I think, is the impact that we need to speak about. But I wanted to check below there are investors, all right? So Nature Finance, my friend in Dekwa, I don't know whether they're here, she's here. Oh, there you go. WCS, FAD, I think I saw FAD is here. Fire Consults, I didn't see Jeremy. Oh, there you go. TechBridge, you're an investor, right? Yeah, you're an investor. EAVCA, is Bianca here? Is Bianca? Okay, maybe she's somewhere. Oh, here. Thank you very much. And then ANCAP, which is represented by my friend, where are you? Esther, yes, Esther. You notice I'm only friends to investors. Of course, good well. And so, Excellencies, this year we have 10 investors. This is the beginning. And Excellency Henriette, this is also in follow-up to the Blue Invest, successful Blue Invest that you held, and that we deliberately put this as part of this year. We have 10. Next year we'll get 30. The other year we get 100, you see. So we see, if we are to see progress and investment in the blue space, efforts like this definitely must be supported. And maybe you might think our work is just to organize conferences. So we do have a full-time job. Excuse me, yeah, we have a full-time job. And our job is business incubation. And I must say we were lucky to have been picked by GIZ. And I don't know whether Henrik is here. Yeah, I saw Henrik here from GIZ. Oh, fantastic. So GIZ could have picked someone else, but they trusted us with this, the Go Blue program, and for the last 3 years, we were the one we developed. We worked with 320 SMEs, about 30 startups, and that some of those startups are the ones that actually will be exhibiting. So it also shows the success of the Go Blue project that was co-funded by European Union. And I know there's a phase 2 of that project, which is We4D. I saw my Eddie was here. I saw Eddie somewhere here. So really, we have to give it up to European EU. Really, let's clap for EU, please, because they have been a leader in this space, and through the work we've done, we, of course, we are a small fish, but we were contacted by GSZ, and really that we are very proud that some of these startups are already making big waves. But also we have gotten very good support from UK Kenya Tech, and that's why Dr. Ed is also here through the Tech, UK Kenya Tech, where we work linking startups to market through digitization. So the photo below was we took some of those startups to Germany for our market exchange. So it's kind of the international positioning that we do. Oh, I need to go back before I come to my motivation. So next year it's open. We might do it here. We are thinking of doing it in Kisumu, maybe Dar es Salaam, maybe Zanzibar. We will try and make a vote for it on Friday. But I think you already see that, yeah, Tanzania coming very, very strong. Maybe you might do something in Kenya here and then again do something in Tanzania. You never know, but we'll kind of ask you to help us make this decision. I'll finish with this quote. The best things in life are free. It's from a jazz musician. So I like jazz a lot. Why jazz is there's no pressure to dance. You just enjoy it in your head. So if you have jazz concert, invite me, I come enjoy the music. So the oxygen, the oceans, the flowers, the friendship, the family, the love that comes almost without money is them. Because if you don't do that, then at some point, then we have to buy that. And I think at some point we are already paying for things that were actually meant to be free. So welcome to 2024 Blue Economy Summit. It has been our pleasure, and I must thank my team from Sotehub, the partners, TechBridge, Fire Labs, Conference in a Box, that help us set this up, Vifa Consult, and I hope that you'll network, you'll share, you'll enjoy, and let's have fun together. Thank you very much.
And that's where we say, okay, so I want to, that was a schooled thought, but I think I say the work as the head of innovation. When you are innovating, you have to think from all the sides. So I want to tell you that water is part of the blue economy, so you have to follow my story. So water is part of the blue economy. And if we use these resources, and that was David's last statement, wrongly, they can be dangerous. But I'm not going to the ocean. I want to go outside. So, Your Excellencies, you might not have witnessed this because I have lost a lot of hair. And it's by choice, maybe, yeah or not. So there is something that we also need to find before it goes past what it is right now. So when you go to a barber shop, after the shave, there is a towel that they take, put it in hot water, and throw it at you because they cannot hold it. Because they cannot hold it, they throw it at you. So yesterday I tried that thing because I wanted to have a clean haircut. And they didn't know that this is the head that was holding the notes for today's meeting. So they threw that towel at me. We had to play a game where I had to throw it back at them, they would throw it back at me. That thing needs to be controlled. Men in the house, If you agree with me, say aye. If you agree with me, say aye. And that's what the whole team says. And that's where the whole team says. There are dangerous things out there, and we fetch water from the oceans, and it's getting dangerous out there. So we need to preserve that, and that needs to be controlled. So that was just something to maybe break the monotony of serious talks. Right now, I would like to invite Ms. Halima Shaban, National Coordinator of Schools 2030, Kenya, from Aga Khan Foundation, to come and give her speech.
Perfect. I wish they would keep that. It's very daunting to see your face. Good morning, everyone. The green, but you know. So it's a great honor to stand before you today at the Blue Economy Innovation and Investment Summit. The Kenyan coast, with its rich marine biodiversity and strategic economic potentials, represents both the beauty and vulnerability. The blue economy is not only about harnessing marine resources, but also stewarding them responsibly for our future generations. The Aga Khan Foundation believes in investing in innovation within the blue economy, and we believe it's essential for unlocking sustainable growth as well as creating resilient communities. It means creating opportunities for young men and women to shape their future through climate tech, climate education, renewable ocean energy, sustainable aquaculture, and ecotourism. Innovation can turn environmental challenges into economic opportunities, providing meaningful employment and entrepreneurship pathways for our youth. Agencies of the Aga Khan Development Network is trying to help the communities in tackling the root causes of poverty. So for more than 50 years, we've helped create strong community institutions that support sustainable, locally driven initiatives to improve the lives of millions of people. By combining local knowledge with global best practices, we strive to bring about transformative and long-lasting improvements to the quality of life of the communities we serve. Today, I want to touch on 3 areas that we believe are key, where we can work together to move the needle on both climate action and economic prosperity. The first is on climate education in relation to the future of work. Second will be around climate and innovation. And lastly, the critical need to invest in sustainable solutions. So firstly, climate education is the foundation on which sustainable futures are built. As climate change continues to shape the global economy, there is a pressing need to integrate climate literacy into our education systems, especially here at the coast where the blue economy plays such a vital role. The youth of today will be the workforce of tomorrow, we keep saying, and they need to be equipped with the skills, knowledge, and mindsets to actually lead in that blue economy. Now, in order to support those young people with these skills, we must support their teachers with similar skills. Climate education must go beyond scientific understanding. It must be tied to practical skills that will be relevant in the future job market. Of AKF's flagship programs deliberated on this very question on teacher leadership for climate resilience during the last global forum that was held this year in June in Bishkek. Recommendations from the forum included the fact that climate resilience should go beyond imparting knowledge to students. It should involve supporting them in building appropriate skills and mindsets that they need to navigate an uncertain future. And we're talking about skills like leadership, creativity, creative thinking, empathy, creativity, as well as collaboration. So as a community, we need to think beyond the formal classroom if we want to transform our education systems and societies for climate resilience. Civil society organizations, the media, and many other partners that are here today have a vital role to play. We believe that many partners present here today have a central role within the climate education space. Climate education is not and should not just be the responsibility of teachers and ministries of education. We need to build broad coalitions as part of a global movement for education transformation that will equip our young people with relevant skills that make them not only employable, but also the stewards of the environment moving forward. So in the future of work where automation and digital skills will dominate, it is essential that we are teaching these young people how to merge the skills with climate systems. We've seen rising sea levels, ocean acidification, and predictable weather patterns, especially down at the coast, and these are affecting our livelihoods and biodiversity. But within the challenge, there lies an opportunity for innovation. We need to leverage the power of technology, data, and new ideas to adapt to the shifting environmental landscape. By fostering an ecosystem of climate tech startups, like David was mentioning, we can unlock solutions that address coastal degradation, pollution, and overfishing. Innovations in sustainable aquaculture, ecotourism, the circular economy models will not only reduce the strain on marine ecosystems, but also generate wealth and jobs. Within the Schools 2030 program's 2024 Design Challenge, we have yearly design challenges. Teachers and youth partners have explored how can they leverage innovative practices to combat climate change and its impact through their design thinking process. So we have teams that have come up with innovative ideas that are being supported to test, implement, and scale. This is an invitation for you to visit the Aga Khan Foundation Schools 2030 booth, the area that David and Kenneth were telling us about, where you can be able to interact with the teachers and the communities to learn more about how they are leading the charge to climate smart futures. The ideas they've come up with are not only improving the climate, but they're also improving holistic learning outcomes in their classrooms. So they're both fascinating and inspiring. Now, finally, we must recognize that our ambitions for a sustainable blue economy will only materialize if we make substantial and strategic investments in sustainable. Challenge requires a comprehensive approach that addresses and includes diverse voices, needs, and solutions. We're talking about governments, private investors, international organizations, all that I can see in front of me. We all have a role to play. Investing in marine protected areas, sustainable fisheries, and the restoration of mangroves is not only about preserving nature, but also about protecting the industries and communities that depend on that blue economy. Mangroves, for instance, are powerful carbon sinks and protect our coastlines from erosion. Their restoration can be low cost, but high impact as a solution for both climate mitigation and disaster risk reduction. The Aga Khan Foundation recognizes and has invested in partnership with local communities and respective community-based organizations like Big Ship, Pwani Youth Network, all teams that you can interact with during the summit and at the booth as well. Their restoration, these partnerships are critical for ownership, growth, and sustainability of the innovations. Working with the local community along our Kenyan coast has shown that they have traditional knowledge of the ocean. They've lived sustainably with marine resources for centuries. So investing in those local-led initiatives and providing the communities the tools they need, we can ensure that economic development does not come at the expense of environmental degradation. The future of the blue economy and the future of the planet depends on the decisions that we make today. Climate, education, and innovation must go hand in hand. We must equip the next generation with education and skills to thrive in this rapidly changing world. But above all, we must invest in sustainable solutions that protect our marine environments, create jobs, and build resilience against the climate crisis. So as we move forward, and preserving them for future generations. So together, I see us charting a course that leads to a thriving blue-green future, one where both people and the planet can not only live, but thrive and prosper. So welcome you to the Blue Innovation Economy Summit, and we're hoping that you take this opportunity to not just grow, but thrive and prosper. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Halima. So help me in welcoming our next guest, Mr. Chris Ansin, the County Director of TechnoServe Kenya. And I have a reminder, let's try to keep time.
Despite Kenneth's science lesson earlier, I will try not to use a lot of oxygen in the room. I know we're very excited to engage with one another. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, panelists, and all participants, it's an immense privilege to be here today among a diverse group of dedicated professionals, visionaries, and enthusiasts of the blue economy. This summit offers a remarkable opportunity for us to collectively shape the future of this vital sector, a future that must be inclusive, sustainable, and transformative, ensuring that every segment of society benefits. My name's Chris Ansin. I'm the country director for TechnoServe, an NGO that leverages business solutions to alleviate systemic challenges in social and environmental poverty. At TechnoServe, we view the blue economy as a catalyst for economic growth and a critical pillar for job creation, environmental stewardship, and social equity. While the potential is vast, as colleagues here have already said, we must acknowledge the significant obstacles that hinder fully realizing the blue economy's promise. Many communities in Kenya's coastal region are grappling with high poverty levels, particularly among women and youth. Additionally, women face systemic barriers to economic participation, including cultural constraints and limited access to capital. And furthermore, the degradation of marine ecosystems and restricted access to financial markets inhibit young entrepreneurs from building sustainable businesses. These challenges make it imperative to adopt a targeted and strategic approach to unlock the blue economy's potential. TechnoServe's Blue Biz program is designed to empower 15,000 young entrepreneurs across Kenya's coastal counties over the next 3 years. This program is built on 4 key pillars tailored to address the barriers youth and women encounter when accessing blue economy opportunities. This includes skills development, focusing on practical training in entrepreneurship, financial literacy, and technical skills, access to financial solutions, including a challenge fund focusing on innovative support to pre-enterprise, micro and small enterprises with a special focus on young women, market networks and linkages, focusing on the technical and business training provided to young entrepreneurs, and helping young people brand and package for local and global markets, and enhancing leadership across youth, including a youth advisory council to lead community initiatives in blue economy activities. David pointed out, I think, one of the big benefits to convenings like this, and that's really leaning into conversations we can have with one another. As Mike serve know, I'm not always the biggest fan of conferences when we just come and talk and show off. And so one of the things that I want to start with and challenge everyone to do today is also talk about the lessons learned and the failures and the challenges. We all know that this is not easy. Some of the things that we're learning in our work, and we would love to engage more throughout these next couple of days, is number one, around stakeholder engagement, how we can work more in a more integrated way with the private sector, with the public sector, bringing together the scientists and the researchers, the implementers, the lessons that we can learn from Tanzania and around the world here on Kenya's beautiful coast. The focus on both the building of capacity as well as the driving of demand. There's often an imbalance between skills development programs and thinking about the markets that we are integrating into. We want to work with the private sector more closely, and we invite and would love to speak with those in the private sector today about driving those market linkages. So please find me or my TechnoServe colleagues over the course of these next couple of days. And the challenge around building a long-term vision. David and others have been at it for a long time, and we know that this is not easy. While the potential for higher earnings and sustainable blue economy is significant, realizing these outcomes will take time. Our efforts are closely aligned with Kenya's broader national blue economy initiatives. Technoserve is fully committed to supporting Kenya's vision for leveraging marine resources as outlined in a blue economy sector plan. BlueBiz complements these national efforts by empowering youth and women to become vital contributors to Kenya's blue economy future. In closing, I wish to extend my heartfelt appreciation to David, Sote Hub, and all the organizers for creating and sustaining such a valuable platform. Through gatherings like this, we can exchange ideas, we can talk about our challenges, we can chart bold courses of action and collaborate to build a thriving blue economy. Technoserve remains steadfast in our commitment to empowering youth and women, fostering entrepreneurship, and promoting sustainable practices. Through this, we ensure that the blue economy and its interconnected land-based sectors remain pillars of prosperity for future generations. David took that down to challenge all of you to make new connections, walk away with new conversations, and I would just build on that. I would really lean in over these next couple of days to those challenges, walk away with a couple of new contacts, hopefully with our team and our colleagues as we try to work together. The future of the blue economy rests on the decisions we make today, truly. We have the right people in the room, I'm convinced of that. Let us seize this opportunity to build an inclusive, resilient, and sustainable future for all. And thank you. I look forward to the insightful discussions and solutions that will emerge from this summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chris. So our next speaker will be Mr. Olaf Seidel from Spark Project. Welcome.
Sorry, making noise. First thing, I think we need to work on the gender representation in the blue economy space. I'm not sure, but not looking so good. Hello, great being here. And thanks for putting all of this together, David and the SOTAHEB team. This is already very, very fascinating and impressive. What I would like to do today is a bit different to what we heard before. It's mainly one thing, and that's trying to unriddle a little bit of what GIZ does in the blue sector. I think there's maybe a slide, maybe not. Okay, so in what I learned, I'm new to Kenya, is that the Go Blue project basically was the Kickstarter to do things in that space. And it actually has evolved into multiple projects going in that area, and all focusing on different aspects around good governance, around conservation and stewardship, and building blue economy that's inclusive and sustainable. So I'm very happy to have colleagues here today from all projects. There is Lisa from the Kwale-Tanga project, focusing very regional on the bordering districts of Kwale and Tanga. Somewhere in the audience? There she is. And we have Hendrik here from the Vyoji project. I saw him already back there, looking at this on a much more regional aspect, looking at various angles of what you see in this circle. Then there is my colleague Eddie from We4D, also was mentioned already, looking more towards gender balance, promoting women in the blue economy space. And last but not least, the project I have the pleasure of representing today together with the team. We're a bit the odd kid on the block because we actually come from startup. We only work startup. We now work startup in the climate space, and for us, blue economy or blue technologies is one of the areas that we look into. And we do this on an Anglophone African basis, so also we cast the net a bit wider, trying to connect, amongst others, the scientists and the business side of things. So this was my call to action for you. Speak to the team, speak to the people, if any of what you see up here is interesting and you would like to hear more. And as I was told, you also need a good cliffhanger. And with a cliffhanger, we're getting to this, and David highlighted it a little bit already. What we would like to do is to, if you identify yourself as a researcher or coming from research or working in research or on the startup side, then we might have an interesting co-creation workshop for you happening tomorrow, where we would like to understand a bit more and explore and deep dive with you how and where we can do things in order to bring those worlds together. One of the things that I learned a while back was in research, we don't even have the same currency. We took research papers and publications versus we want investment, we want Series A, Series B, whatever. So that is going to be interesting. We're doing this together with some partners. We have Chemfree on the Kenyan side and Tafiri on the Tanzanian side with us. We have Ocean Up Africa from South Africa with us, and a colleague from IUCN will also be with us. So that's the cliffhanger. Join us there tomorrow. It's going to be interesting. I'll keep it there. Oxygen was the topic. Lovely meeting you. And back to you, Kenneth. I'm lost. Thank you very much.
Welcome. So before we proceed, I have a question. Are dolphins fish? True or false? Are dolphins fish? Why? They're mammals. Okay. So let's welcome Mr. Florian Lax, the project manager of GoBlue.
Good morning. Is this working? Yes, it is. Good morning, everyone. I have a speech, but I just wanted to first of all thank a few people before I start my speech. I would like to thank SoteHub for inviting us yet again. Last year, the Deputy Executive Director of UN Habitat was here, and he would love to be here again, but he's traveling right now. Thank also the European Union as donor of the GoBlue project, which enabled us to be here as well as many of the things that I will mention in my speech. And just thank you also to the coastal community. Is another exhibit of the thriving blue economy world that we live in Kenya's coast. I've been with the GoBlue project for the last 2.5 years, and every time the events get bigger and bigger, and I think the momentum is just really growing. So just as a little precursor, but I will read my speech, and I hope you will learn a little bit about what we've been able to do thanks to the European Union and also the coastal communities with the GoBlue project. So excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, protocols observed. On behalf of the GoBlue UN team, UNEP and UN Habitat, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the management of SoteHub for hosting this Blue Economy Innovation and Investment Summit. We also thank our donor, the European Union, for their support to Kenya's coastal counties through the GoBlue project. Today we gather under the theme, Building an Inclusive Blue Future, Supporting Jobs and Economic Opportunities for Youth and Women. The blue economy represents a transformative approach to harnessing our coastal and marine resources sustainably, aligning with our vision for a prosperous future while safeguarding the environmental heritage. Area 2, GoBlue, Spatial Planning and Environment Initiative, implemented by the two sister agencies, UN Habitat and UNEP, exemplifies our commitment to fostering this transition. We aim to bridge urban and environmental challenges, integrating the strengths of our two agencies to promote a truly sustainable blue and green economy. With great anticipation, we are launching land sea planning guidelines for Kenya's coast, designed to facilitate cross-sectoral ecosystem-based planning in the critical interface of land and sea. These guidelines developed by the Go Blue project through a group of experts will harmonize land use planning and marine spatial planning, ensuring integrated decision-making across those jurisdictions. So the increased integration for sustainable blue economy outcomes. Guidelines will be instrumental in mainstreaming climate change adaptation, pollution reduction, biodiversity conservation, paving the way for sustainable blue economy development in our coastal and marine ecosystems. Notably, we're also assisting Lamu County in its county spatial plan review. And Lamu County was the first county to have a spatial plan in the first place. Now it's the first to review it. In mind, the land-sea integration lens, it's also an innovative approach. Our pilots complementing the guidelines span 6 coastal counties, showcasing projects such as a constructed wetland in Mikindani, Mombasa, a nature-based solution reducing wastewater pollution running from an informal settlement into the creek, a material recovery facility in Taita Taveta which creates jobs and promotes the circular economy, support to locally managed marine areas in Kwale, building capacity as well as supporting designation of a Ramsar site in Sampwini, Wanga seascape, upgrading a coastal space in Kilifi with additional spaces in Lamu and Mombasa under development. And I've just heard Slovakia is also supporting the Kilifi Innovation Hub. So thanks for that. And I already met one of our friends from Kilifi. Tomorrow we're going to talk. I'm going to go on the site visit and we're going to see how we can further, build. Has also done a little co-investment in the Kilifi public space that we're developing under the Go Blue, and we'd like to thank you for that. So we see that some of the partners here already intertwine more and more, and this is exactly what we want, because also the Go Blue project is ending at some point soon, and it's important that we integrate, within the local communities, all the different outcomes that we're developing for most, sustainable approach. Development of water transport feasibility for Mombasa County. So Go Blue has done a study with Comrade to assess how water transport can be a complementary measure for Mombasa to deal with some of the resilience issues in terms of, let's say, the bridges and some of the clogged, streets. In terms of space, for example, not a lot of space is available to extend Mombasa streets anymore. So yes, we need non-motorized transport, maybe BRT solutions, but water transport is also an option that can be considered. And Kisumu has already shown that, a water bus system can be deployed in Kenya successfully. So we're looking into that matter as well, to maybe attract further investment. Then, of course, the Lamu Blue Carbon Mangrove Project undertaken with Chemfree to spearhead Kenya's efforts for carbon credit and ensuring they generate livelihood opportunities, especially for women and youth. And this is also a long-term investment, and as we know, Kenya is investing more and more into carbon credit systems. And blue and green bonds have been discussed also at the climate summit last year. So this is even a priority of the, the national government and the president. So just some few examples to name a few, but these are sort of accompanying, let's say, the intellectual framework that is the land sea planning guidelines, and these pilots basically prop up, pilot, showcase what can be done. A lot of them could be scaled, could be replicated in different counties, and I think this is something that we would like also to have from this forum, maybe to see, some partners who are interested in investing. Some are good business cases, actually. I think the water, the wastewater, for example, and the solid waste have a real business case to them, as well as the mangrove in a way. The potential of the blue, already been mentioned, is immense in Kenya. Although currently at 2.5% of Kenya's GDP, the sector holds promise of significant growth. KMA had at some point estimated the value of the marine and coastal ecosystems at over $4.4 billion. The timely finalization of the draft National Blue Economy Strategy will be crucial for unlocking this potential. Fragmentation, legislative gaps, and the need for robust data to inform decision-making. Another pilot that I haven't mentioned, there's also a data system deployed in Go Blue across all 6 coastal counties. They have received hardware and servers. We've recently undertaken a training at RCMRD in Nairobi also for more integrated data analysis between land and sea data. Urban centers around the world are strategically positioned along coastlines, making it essential to harness opportunities offered by blue economy. This approach means more than just economic growth. It embodies better stewardship of oceans and waterways, fitting communities through sustainable livelihoods. Kenya has already shown leadership in this space due to the Sustainable Blue Economy Conference in 2018, which laid the foundation for the Go Blue project. Now it's being implemented with a focus on land sea integration and innovative practices. The Africa Climate Summit, I mentioned it, world leaders have reaffirmed the commitment to this issue, and climate financing mechanisms were discussed there. It is now crucial to maintain the momentum, keep working with the coastal counties, the leadership already established. A high-level meeting on sea level rise was just happening in New York, hosted by the President of the General Assembly. Preparation Summit in Nice in June 2025. The interlinkages we are doing on the ground, it could receive further funding in the future. So finally, the creative potential of coastal communities is vast. Applied appropriately can catalyze transformative change, placing people at the heart of our we can harness the sustainable blue economy potential for sustainable local coastal communities in Kenya and beyond. We look forward to alongside all of you to build a resilient and inclusive sustainable blue economy for Kenya. Thank you, and I eagerly anticipate our continued engagement.
So, Honorable PS, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on nicely. So at this point, there are people who believe that we've not spoken and they want to speak. So we want to take another twist. You know, they don't believe that we can speak. So, yeah. But before I give them this, to have a line that the best world is those people who make calendars. They can easily take days off.
All protocol respectfully observed. Good morning. My name is Cardiac Poet. I am a multifaceted. On the strings, we have Tommy. Now take a quick look at the person seated next to you and tell them, I see you. I see you. I see you. Now for this piece, we will be embodying the ocean and we'll be giving a voice to it. My brother, take it away.
Let the sea breathe, let the sea breathe. Watch your body way, uru. Let the sea breathe, let the sea breathe. Watch your body way, uru.
This is the sea speaking. Tosikiza ninavyohisi. Hasira zangu zimezidi za mkizi. Mambo haya ya nyoka. Mwafanya na konda. See I the sea, produce up to 70% of the oxygen you breathe. You ought to be grateful, but instead, you opt to see me bleed. Now, even though your polluting nature already gets under my skin, I still absorb up to 50% of your carbon. Na siyo tu. I let you fish from my belly, even on days my gut tells me not to. And now my patience is falling as you come at me with that demersal trolling. I can no longer stomach the disrespect. Sipia mimi naeza inject.
Let the sea breathe, let the sea breathe. Watch your body way, uru. Let the sea be, let the sea breathe. Watch your body way, uru.
See, I have a quarrel to pick with you. The way you mess up with the coral reef. You are quarreling, I can no longer dig that. So like the Titanic, I hope this message sinks. See, I capsized the Spanish Armada. So if you want to get on top of this conservation, then it's hasta la vista. Land creatures, hi. Hi, land creatures. Hi, land creatures. Land creatures, but you are moving fishy. That's why come 2050, I am not saying hello for these angry waves. I'm not. You are forcing my hand. So I will leave this catchy hook, hoping it will reel you in.
Let the sea be, let the sea breathe. Watch your body, iwe, uru. Let the sea breathe, let the sea breathe. Watch your body, iwe, uru.
Now, if water conducts electricity, tears can light up the universe. So I hope I instead of struggling to adapt to the darkness.
Some things are transmitted, and naenda kupika bila. You don't know this thing. You know what? Kupika bila makaa inawaita kataa. Mnadhani kanisa ni ya mavijana. Kupika ni baada ya sala. I can do something. That's why you clap. Clap for cardiac. Let's appreciate cardiac. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are cruising on well. Are we? Are we? Are we moving on well? So, I would like us to also see something else, then to the next part.
The ocean is a vast and enigmatic world, with vast marine species and opportunities that humans have only explored about 5% of it. It's a world that's both beautiful and terrible, and it keeps us fascinated and haunted with its mysteries in the darkest corners of our existence. It is home to incredible variety of life ranging from fish, octopus, sharks, whales, dolphins, seaweed, seagrass, coral reefs, and many more. Based on the World Register of Marine Species Census 2022, There are currently about 242,000 known and described marine species living in the world's oceans. By absorbing solar heat and transferring it around the globe, the ocean contributes significantly to the regulation of global climate change by lowering land-based temperatures. The ocean is the largest habitat on Earth. Scientists believe it contributes between 50 to 85% of the oxygen we breathe. Marine life is also a vital source of food for many communities, with over 3 billion people relying on fish and seafood as their primary source of protein. Unfortunately, human activity is having devastating effects on marine ecosystems. Pollution, habitat destruction, and overfishing are all major threats to the ocean's health. Because of this, it is critical that we work together to safeguard our seas by establishing marine reserves where species can thrive unhindered, and passing laws that restrict pollution and overfishing, and protect the most important resource in the world, in order for future generations to experience the ocean's beauty in the same way that we do.
So, we are not doing well on to move as fast as possible. So, Honorable PS, Your Excellencies, I would like to invite my friend, our friend at Sotehab, our Blue Economy patron, Slovak ambassador to please help me welcome her with a clap.
Thank you, Mr. Jacques. Hello, everyone. Good morning still. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, partners, stand here before you before such a dynamic assembly of innovative minds, academia, and dedicated servants as well. I'm honored to represent Slovakia at this summit, and particularly happy to reflect on our journey with Blue Economy Investment Innovation Summit, which has begun in 2022. We were present at the spin-off, then the second year that expanded deeper while cooperating with the different counties, and this year, third time, the charm, as they say, enlarged partnerships and brand new venues at the brand venue to accommodate all the participants. It has been a great accomplishment from the first and second year, when we were until up to half knee in a mud, to such a beautiful venue this year. It only shows the dedication as well, the scale of the Sotehab, attracting partners and different stakeholders. I would like to take the moment and acknowledge the David Ogiga and his dedicated team at the Sotehab. Their efforts have been instrumental in involving not only our partnership but beyond, creating a platform to explore new topics and engage different partners and amplifying the impact significantly from one year to the other. David, one thing I wanted to say, you said, Mr. Kenneth said that he cannot dive, but we all know that he's startup shark, so you have to do some homework within the Sotehab. Slovakia considers the intersection of the blue economy and innovative solution as a must. It's vital not just for our environment, but for sustainable development globally. This is where I would like to pose a question. Everybody knew the answer to whether the dolphin is a fish. I would like to ask whether you think that Slovakia is really a landlocked country, whether it was not a trick. So is Slovakia a landlocked country? Even Google? Okay. Please do, do it next time. As we prioritize every project, Slovakia, we remain focused on climate adaptation and enhancing equal opportunities. Thus, we are a landlocked country. We are having a significant expertise in freshwater management, renewable energy, and a circular economy. We employ various tools to address immediate needs while also looking into the future, either supporting upcoming trends or emerging technologies. Slovakia is proud to support bilaterally various projects in all counties. We are shortly happy to as well announce the support of the Search initiative and the UN Habitat program, which harmonize environmental preservation with habitat enhancement. Our commitment expands to helping Kenya tackle its challenges by sharing our expertise and technologies and innovations as well. One notable example that I would like to share is our commitment in collaboration with the Vatamo EcoWorld recycling initiative that turns waste into valuable resources, including trading with plastic credits. This not only addresses local environment concerns, but also demonstrates how innovative practice can create economic opportunities. Business today is not only an engine for economic growth, they are catalysts for social impacts. By fostering a culture of innovation, we can create products and services that improve lives and empower communities. It is essential that we embrace new technologies and innovative approaches, not just for profit, but to create a better future. Governments, as I'm standing in front of you, as a representative of one, play a vital role in this ecosystem, providing the framework that should encourage the innovations and ensure equitable access to its benefits. If you are interested further on Slovak involvement, kindly attend a panel at 2 o'clock this afternoon, Climate-Driven Innovation, where my colleague from the Slovak Embassy will take part and explain a little bit more. Today we have a platform to harness collective knowledge and resources. It's a combination of young innovators, those experienced by age, academia and governments. While looking for solutions, we have to be ambitious. This is a bit of a reflection of the Slovak story. We have come a long way in the last 30 years. We went through whole society transformation. We know it takes common interest as well, input for all partners. So that's why we are stepping in, even though we are a landlocked country, but the freshwater is part of blue economy as well. We consider it important to support such an initiative. And Sote Hub is one of the partners that we consider to be very trustful and ambitious in this regard. In conclusion, I wish all the success to all the participants to come up with the great ideas, not only to come up with the great ideas, but as well turning them into a reality which might have a long-lasting impact on our communities and beyond. Already looking forward supporting year 4 of the summit, and thank you very much all.
Let's clap for her. She has been our friend for a long time. Since 2012, she opened the first Blue Economy Summit, and we are still together. Isn't that good friendship? We will teach each other a few things, but because of time, I will go to our next speaker. But before I do that, I would like to recognize the presence of some CECs from Miss Clara Chonga from Kilifi. You can stand and wave at... So we clap for Miss Clara Chonga. She was with us even last year in the Blue Economy Summit. We have CEC from Mombasa, Bwana Osman. Where is he? Okay. So, but we appreciate him. He's around. We appreciate him, please. He's still around. Okay. So, Your Excellencies, we move to His Excellency Gunnar Andreas, Royal Norwegian Ambassador to Kenya. Let's clap for him.
Good morning, all. I try to speak up, compensate for the activities next door. Very good to be back in Mombasa. Good to come out from the rather cold and wet conditions in Nairobi and down to the coast, where not only the climate is warmer than in Nairobi, but I also think that the people are a bit warmer here than up there. I might feel that way because I was born and raised on the coast myself. And yes, Norway is a landlocked, not a landlocked country. It's definitely a seafaring nation. So when my grandmother in 1907 got a job as a... That was not in Oslo, the capital of the country. It was in London. Why? First of all, because Oslo was weeks and days away, traveling very difficult travel. To London, with good easterly wind, 2 days. And she was from a small fishing village on the coast, and she was used to meeting sailors and fishermen from Scotland, from England, from Portugal, from Spain, so she could speak English already, and so the sea to her was home. So back then, the ocean did not divide people and communities, it united them. The ocean was a superhighway. And if you don't take care of a superhighway, we all know what happens. The potholes and the destruction of the road prevents us from traveling. And as in Norway, the Kenyan coast also has a fascinating history as a multicultural trading center for centuries, with the local communities depending on the ocean for food, income and transport. Very happy and pleased to see this event today focusing on the opportunities of the ocean and how we can utilize and manage these in a sustainable way. As I said, I grew up in a country that relies on the ocean for 2/3. Have to choose between protection or ocean productivity. You can't. We need scientific knowledge, partnership between industry and authorities, clear and predictable legislation and regulations, and not least robust monitoring. The ocean is not only a victim of climate change, it also harbors many of the solutions. Examples, as we have heard already, the blue forests, kelp, seaweed, seagrass, green shipping, food from the ocean, offshore wind power. We must work together to find the solutions of tomorrow. So I welcome this approach to sustainable protection and production is to forge partnerships between parties that are willing to lead. Lead in an important field such as your measures against plastic pollution. And we all look forward to the last meeting of the INC process later in the year, hopefully finally to have a binding agreement on beating plastic pollution. Strategy for engagement with Africa through partnerships. Partnership based on equality, and understanding. And one of these partnerships is our cooperation with Kenya in the ocean space. Norway was an engaged participant and one of the sponsors of the successful Blue Economy in Nairobi back in November 2018. And that conference contributed to a national and pan-African dialogue on developing sustainable economic waters. This has been the Norwegian Prime Minister and President Ruto, they just met last week during the high-level event initiated by Kenya on ending plastic pollution by the end of 2024. The two principals also serve jointly on the high-level panel for sustainable ocean economy, with 18 of the world's largest ocean countries, where Kenya, Namibia, and Ghana are from Africa. check out the blue papers if you haven't seen them. They are very, very good. A lot of information is there. The partnership between Kenya and Norway in the oceans in assisting partner countries to accumulate knowledge and data about the ocean and sharing of experience and sustainable management. Announced that the program and all of that. This is a comprehensive cruise with Kenyan and Norwegian researchers on board. It will make a port of call in Dar es Salaam as well, doing the same thing with Kenya. Other in Norway's integrated ocean management, such as the Institute of Marine Research and the Norwegian Coastal Administration, also significant business opportunities, creating jobs. And Norway has the world's second largest coastline. As one of the partners of today's conference, together with innovation and entrepreneurship in Kenya, and the marine literacy. The companies to explore these exchanges. Looking forward to forging more private sector partnerships between the moon. When Kenya shares opportunities of our ocean, the ideas. Thank you very much for inviting us and for inviting me. Very exciting, and all the best with the rest of the conference. Thank you.
CC is also present. So there's the CC from okay. Mwana Juma, CC from Tana River. There is Abbas Sports and Education from Tana River. Okay, clap for him. I'd also like to recognize where are you? Let's clap for him. For coming. And Anna Kamau. UK Deputy High Commissioner. Please.
Pleasure for me to the coming days of discussions on the blue economy. I also had the chance to arrive yesterday and have a fantastically warm welcome here. It's the second longest, given the quiz theme of this morning, which country has the longest coastline? Any ideas? In teaching, I need an Canada, not Slovakia. Slovakia does not. But we also and waters, its lakes, its rivers, and its underground water. Waters provide us agriculture, industry, but focus on to devolution of blue economy initiatives, evaluation and learning system, supporting county opportunities for line survey on Kenya's shortly in the program. We will be launching the policy decisions. Needed access to markets, between Sote Hub and the UK-Kenya Tech Hub. It's for youth entrepreneurs. The No Code project. %40 of those realized an average profit increase of 5%, and a third of those enterprises saw their customer base increase by more than 20%. So it's not producing and setting up the websites, but that is translating into growth in market size and growth potential. And building on that success, And I wish you
Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Only 2 months ago, we held the International Blue Invest Africa Conference in Diani. And today, we already celebrate the Blue Economy Innovation and Investment Summit here. This is championed by Sotehab and others. Back in July, we built momentum for the blue economy in conference, which was hosted by Kenya. Together with the State Department for Blue Economy, we designed the event as a business-to-business platform, where finance, public entities, and entrepreneurs forged partnerships and blue investment. By focusing on micro, small, we empowered entrepreneurs and communities exception to this. So the EU has economy has, the ocean has. So it is not easy to overcome, but I think the first thing we have to do is draw attention so we can turn around and see the enormous. That's why we're here today. This is why we had that conference for all African countries. Cease efforts to promote the blue economy here, that if this potential is harnessed, there is no stopping. Kenya will skyrocket. So in this Africa Blue Invest conference we had more than 800 requests for participation, and we could only accept 400. And only 30 of the most promising entrepreneurs were invited to make their pitch on stage. And this was most impressive. You should have been there. But also 800 structures, business-to-business meetings taking place within one day. I mean, it was a flurry of activity. So, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard already from previous speakers that the EU has implemented the Go Blue program over 4 years here on the coast. And sadly, this is coming to an end in the coming months. This enormous effort to work on the blue space in an integrated. But of course, we will continue in different forms because we believe we have partnership agreement, which entered into force on 1st of July this year, has several provisions encouraging strong and the EU on fisheries and the sustainable management of marine biological, the development of aquaculture. Ladies and gentlemen, you probably know that the European Union is supporting worldwide transformation towards a sustainable ocean economy where environmental protection and economic are mutually reinforcing. This is what Norway was just also highlighting in his speech. And a previous speaker, we think blue, we need to think green and vice versa. And I have seen in the past that when we talk about green, about the blue. Also, when we talk blue, we cannot forget about in isolation. I think it has been said already that Kenya's blue economy is estimated at close to 200 billion Kenyan shillings. And it could grow 4 times that with the right enabling environment. Just picture that. Use Go Blue Pro created solid foundations for the blue economy here. We invested 3.2 billion Kenyan shillings here at the coast in 3 areas. First, growth aspect of the blue economy, focusing on skills gaps development, strengthening value chains in aquaculture, tourism, very important, fishing and agriculture. Second, the sustainable management of our resources. I think it was mentioned before that we are working with the 6 coastal counties on sea-land spatial plans. That's exactly the integration of green-blue that I... Thirdly, maritime support. I'm looking at the PS here. Developing legal instruments and all nature, all aspects. This afternoon, we have today program to facilitate search and rescue operations here in Kenya. The Go Blue program was the joint undertaking of the EU and 4 member states, Germany, Italy, France and Portugal, and we worked in partnership with UN Habitat and UNEP. It is now up to the counties, the private sector and the national government to build on the achievements and provide the enabling environment provided financial support will give a huge boost to the development of the blue economy and its endless potential in Kenya. Only with the private sector's dynamism and innovation, this potential can be fully realized, and that's why I'm so happy that we're focusing on innovation and investment here. The future is not just happening, we are all creating it. and that's what we are here for. And the world needs good news, and we are here to create those good news. So thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for her. So, how are we doing? Tuko sawa. So, give just a few minutes. We'll just take a break in a few. But now, our chief guest. So you put your hands together so that we get ready for a big clap. Put your hands together for Honorable Kaituku Geoffrey, Principal Secretary for State Department of Shipping and Maritime Affairs. Let's clap for him as he comes. Utufungulie. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Yes.
I know people are tired and here to officially represent the chief guest, the Honorable Hassan Ali Joe, who is the new Cabinet Secretary for Mining, Blue Economy, and Maritime Affairs. I know many of you are used to His Excellency Salim Vuria, but as you are aware, we now have broad-based government, and out of that arrangement, Governor Joe, who was the first governor of this great county, is now the CS for our ministry, and he sent me with a speech, which I'll deliver in a few minutes. So therefore, I bring this from His Excellency Ali Hassan Joe. Do you take it? You know, in the African way, kuna kutuma salamu, si ndivyo? Ya, kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Waziri ametuma salamu zake. Mmesipokea? Haya. Equally, I have apologies by my colleague. And I'm sure many of you, especially CCs from different counties, have worked. And so, therefore, they have an assignment in Nairobi, and for that reason, they could not be able to join this great congregation. And I was in for them, and I'm delighted to do so for two reasons. One, I love Mombasa. Si tunasema hapa ni Mombasa raha. Kuingia ni rahisi. So I want to tell all our dignitaries from other countries, karibuni Mombasa. Welcome to Kenya, welcome to Mombasa. And so when last year, 1 year shipping and maritime. Before that, I was PS for labor and skills development. And so our And when the president was appointing me to this docket, economy is the next frontier for Kenya. And so I'm giving you this assignment, and go and do it very well. And so, actually happy to be in this ministry and in this space, which is the future of our economy and of our civilization. This morning, we have had so much said about blue economy. I am not going to add anything. So you will allow me to read the speech of the minister so that you are able to pick the key highlights from his speech and in regards to what we are talking about today. And this is consistent with the current policy of the government of Kenya. Now, the speech by the Cabinet Secretary the Blue Economy Innovation and Investment Summit themed Building an Inclusive Blue Future on 2nd to 4th October 2024 as Mombasa. Distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, industry leaders, youth and women entrepreneurs, for you today at this transformative summit, which comes at this critical sector benefits all, especially our youth and women, who represent the future of our nation. The blue economy represents untapped potential for sustainable growth, especially in a time when we are facing immense challenges from climate change, economic uncertainty, and social inequality. However, immense blue economy opportunities that are viable for public-private participation in aquaculture, value chain, fish processing and value addition, commercial fishing, fish ports and fish landing site infrastructure, manufacturing, maritime, energy, bioprospecting to promote food security, create employment and wealth for millions of Kenyans. Through technological innovation, sustainable practices, and focused investment, we have an opportunity to turn the tide and create a thriving blue economy. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in the fisheries subsector, technology has become a game changer. It is helping away from traditional fishing practices that, while effective in the past, are no longer sustainable in the face of depleting fish stocks and environmental degradation. By embracing modern technologies such as VMS, AIS, GPS, drones, and data analytics, we are now able to monitor fishing vessels, fish populations, track fishing activities, and reduce bycatch, improving the efficiency and profitability of our fisheries. Smart fishing technologies also provide real-time data on fish stock movements and water conditions, ensuring that our fishing practices align with sustainability goals. The integration of technology not only enhances the livelihoods of small-scale fishers, but also ensures the long-term health of our marine ecosystems. Sorry. The government of Kenya has invested in various programs and projects in the blue economy. Some of these programs, projects, and initiatives include Marine Spatial Plan on the Kenyan part of Lake Victoria in relation to cage culture suitability to support policymakers to build an aquaculture governance framework. Catalog lake users and uses to build an interaction assessment that informs spatial planning and carrying capacity considerations, and establish the legal framework that impacts cross-sectoral planning in Lake Victoria. In addition, the State Department for Shipping and Maritime Affairs has conceptualized the maritime plan, which is geared to bring orderliness and use of maritime resources in the inland waterways and the Indian Ocean to promote use and sustainability of marine ecosystems for Kenya's socio-economic development and reduce user conflicts factors for those who depend on this space for their livelihoods. On monitoring, control, and surveillance, and so as to secure our fisheries resources from illegal, unreported, and regulated IEU fishing, both in the inland and water bodies, an interagency approach has been deployed. With the assistance of development partners, the MCS capacity has been enhanced. In April 2023, 6 patrol boats were commissioned and handed over to Kenya Fisheries Service, KEFS. And as you've heard from my Excellency, the EU Ambassador, today we'll also be receiving boats from Goblu for Kenya, that will be given to Kenya Maritime Authority for search and rescue. So the patrol boats will also support MCS activities in both inland and marine water bodies. In addition, the European Union, as I mentioned, supports Kenya Maritime Authority through provision of 5 patrol boats to boost marine security. On fish landing sites development, I'm happy to state that to improve the quality of fish and reduce post-harvest losses and promote value addition, small-scale fisheries are being supported with landing site infrastructure equipped with cold chain facilities in the Indian Ocean riparian counties and inland freshwater bodies. 7. Additional 14 are targeted for development in the Victoria region. Aquaculture provides an opportunity to increase fish production, improve livelihoods, and provide employment opportunities. And therefore, cage fish farming is currently picking up in Lake Victoria and in the Indian Ocean. The government is promoting aquaculture technology development and innovation and transferring the technology to aquaculture centers of excellence, service, aquaculture service, and training center in Amare. Through demonstration is investing in deep sea going fishing capabilities of seafaring development partners. Fishing are being supported with improved fishing boats and gears and safety. The youth have not been initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, beyond the fishery subsector, technology is playing a vital role in ocean conservation. Ocean systems face numerous challenges, to overfishing and coral reef degradation. In this, technology-driven solutions such as satellite monitoring, AI-based marine health diagnostics, and data-driven management are helping us monitor and protect our waters. Through innovations like underwater drones, health platforms, we are now able to collect data on pollution levels, track marine biodiversity, and better understand the impact of climate change on our oceans. These technological innovations are and governments alike to make informed decisions that balance environmental sustainability. I'm happy when I'm talking about this, we have the CEO. Fisheries, my apologies, is here. Speaking to some of these things later in the program. Ladies and gentlemen, the blue economy must also play a role in addressing the socioeconomic challenges posed by climate change. That we cannot ignore when we talk of the blue. In primary school, colors are exclusive for the challenges underscored Kenya has taken desirous efforts in championing the green shipping and decarbonization and aligning itself with the initial IMO strategy of 2018 and the revised strategy of 2023 on control and mitigation of greenhouse gas emission and decarbonization of the three global trends. You have digitalization, demographics, the support from the International Maritime Organization, Kingdom of Denmark, an event to be graced by the IMO Secretary General, His Excellency Arsenio Domingos, as the chief guest. He has since confirmed his attendance and participation. So therefore, I invite all of you to that conference. Calendars, okay? Or blue economic calendars. We are seeing significant advancements in renewable energy solutions, such as offshore wind farms and tidal energy systems, which all immense potential for creating. While and the livelihood that requires innovative strategies to thrive in today's competitive global market. Cultural heritage of our coastal regions while promoting by leveraging digital platforms, social media, and influencer marketing. Principles and on the importance of preserving our marine and securing climate sector investment in ocean-based industries, from fisheries and aquaculture to tourism, mining, maritime transport, bioprospecting, shipbuilding and repair, and renewable energy. And to mention a few. Ladies and gentlemen, for funding projects that mitigate the impact of climate change on our oceans while driving economic growth. As we continue to profile investment opportunities, we must ensure that they align with sustainability principles, generating both financial returns and social benefits for customers. The blue economy also presents tremendous opportunities in ports, maritime and logistics. To global trade, and we modernize and green our ports. We create not only economic opportunities, but also sustainable jobs for the youth and women. And I am happy to say here that GIZ are our good partners in this area, and we appreciate their support, because greening our ports is a priority if we have to decarbonize properly. Kenya is also endowed with inland waterways that are critical drivers for blue economic growth. The navigable lakes of Victoria and Turkana offer immense opportunities for investment in blue economy in fisheries, maritime transport, heritage and tourism, marine prospecting, and development partners. Being exploited. As we work towards greening the blue economy, it is vital to recognize that environmental sustainability and commercial interests are mutually exclusive. On the contrary, are not rather. Green technologies, eco-friendly infrastructure, and sustainable business practices are not only good for the planet, but also competitive in a rapidly evolving global economy. We must therefore embrace an Nexus approach where economic growth and environmental stewardship go hand in hand. This includes fostering partnerships between governments, the private sector, and the civil society to promote sustainable practices across the blue economy value chain. The future of the blue economy depends on harmonize the goals of commercial success and environmental responsibility. The competently qualified personnel to contribute to the social economic private sector development partners through funding, capacity building, research and development to fully realize the blue economy. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, to be able, inclusive, especially for youth and women, through technology-driven innovations, climate resilient strategic investment, lock the potential of this sector. And include blue future, organize making this and duty to officially declare this summit opened. Thank you very much. Very comprehensive speech. I am not going to add anything more. Asante. I want to crack a joke. I am surprised in this conference we are being told we have to agree to everything by saying yes, 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 you are right. My university lecturer used to tell us that if two of you are friends and you agree on everything at all times, then one of you must be completely irrelevant. And 2 lives ago, I also served as a speaker of a legislature. And in the assembly, you'll say, will as many as of that opinion say hi? Will as of a contrary opinion say contrary opinions? Thank you. That was on a light note.
Okay. Thank you so much, PS. Let's appreciate him. Give him a better clap. Let's continue clapping until he gets there. Now, I've been saying sorry. Right now, you need a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, a small break. It was supposed to be like that, but I want 10 minutes from you, please. We want to do something small in 10 minutes. 10 minutes, and then we go for a break. So now, I want us. Let's stretch. Let's stretch a little. Just you'll buy. There is 1 to 8. And how did they present? There is 1 to 5 points. Did we understand what we are doing? With your phone, you are all connected to internet. If you are not connected to internet, go to the Wi-Fi is Sarova Hotels, voucher code Johari. So that is it. That is how you'll judge the startups that will be on stage. So let's all participate. So, can I please have your attention, ladies and gentlemen? When the startups finish to pick one startup, when they are done, I will invite you for a minute to vote. The platform will give you 1 minute and then it will be closed. So, I want you to scan this because this is the voting platform. So if you want to join the voting, scan this and put it on your mobile phone. And as we do that, I want to invite the first startup to pitch. I want to invite Hanan Mohammed to come on stage. Hanan is from Sea Earth Organics, and she will tell us what Sea Earth Organics does. So, did we all scan? So we go back to the QR code tech team so that everyone is comfortable. Anton, I want you to participate by scanning. I want you to participate by scanning, please. This discussion will go on be too much. Did you book a meeting? Yeah, to Anton, then. So scan this, you participate in the voting. I see Susan, you're already there. Yeah, very nice. Yeah. So we were supposed to have 7 startups, so you'll find that you have some startups there that will not be presenting now. So I'm told to go back. So you'll find that there are some startups there that are not presenting today. And that is because we don't have much time. They'll be presenting tomorrow. So we'll be combining this presentation with tomorrow's presentation, but everyone will still be a jury tomorrow. So same, it's just the same field, yeah? Yeah. So are we okay? I think we should move on. Thank you so much. So Hanan, just stand here as we give them a minute. So do we have Hanan's slides up? I want to remove my things here. This is you. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So before we dive to the deck, imagine walking along beautiful Kenyan coastal line, your feet beneath the warm white sand, feeling very relaxed. Moving ahead, you see this pile of seaweed, just like what's on the screen. That is Watamu Beach in Kilifi County. This seaweed, rich in nutrients, accumulates in the water. It disrupts the marine ecosystem. When in excess, it depletes the oxygen level in the ocean, harming the marine species, altering the biodiversity of coastal waters. As a result, the tides and currents wash it ashore. Many see this as waste, especially the hotels and the local community. But what if I tell you this waste holds an incredible potential? My name is Hanan Mohammed, the founder and CEO of Sea Earth Organics. "70% of Kenyan farmers are chemical dependency, according to Kenya Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization. As a result, 30% of Kenya's soil is degraded, according to Food and Agriculture Organization, leading to reduction of agriculture productivity. The chemicals have a significant harm to our environment, both lands and the marine ecosystem. There is also a growing concern of an increase of health risk due to these chemical products. Small-scale farmers are really struggling while there's rising cost in terms of purchasing fertilizer and pesticides separately. Their profit margin is reduced in terms of the high cost. Sea Earth Organics provides an innovative two-in-one organic solution, which acts as a fertilizer and a pesticide. And this waste, that is sea earth, we value add it to a powerful fertilizer. Our organic fertilizer nourishes both the soil and plant. Unlike the inorganic or the synthetic fertilizer, the only thing that takes the nutrients is the plant and not the soil. That's why you hear farmers in some years that they cannot plant anything and get a good returns because of the chemicals. Moreover, our product is environmental friendly, making it safer for the whole ecosystem. By using our product, farmers will be able to produce organically. That will reduce the health risk. And small-scale farmers will also be able to produce effectively and also save money in terms of buying only our product. They don't have to buy a separate fertilizer and a pesticide. So they'll be saving their time and money as well. And what they will experience is high profit margin. So what is unique about our product? The uniqueness of our product is that it is quick nutrient release on both soil and the plant, which farmers will experience quick results. Our product serves as a pesticide, which you'll never find a product in the market that has two-in-one effect. Our product also helps farmers to practice sustainable farming due to healthy soil and high yield. So what is our market opportunity? The total available market, we have around 5 million small-scale farmers across the country. We've segmented this market into various regions. And 10% of the serviceable available market, it seems that we have a significant market share of around 25,000 farmers that we're looking at in Kenya. Our competitors are organics, optimizer of green life crops, and enhanced crop. So our revenue model is on direct sales, both B2B and B2C. And we also have various products that we are now doing research on it. We started with the vermi seaweed, and we have not yet enrolled it, but that is also one of our revenue that it's out in the market. So our pricing is B2C, the 5-liter goes for 3,500, and 1 liter goes for 1,200. So B2B, we are selling it at 2,500 for 5 liter and 800 for 1 liter. The vermi seaweed goes for 300 shillings per kg. This is a very, very good product, and you will not find it in the market, and no one has come up with it. So our cost structure estimate is around 1,500 per 5-liter bottle and 300 per 1-liter bottle. So the profit margin on our seaweed product is around 60% per 5-liter and 37.5% per 1 liter. So currently, 2023, we realized we had around 1.2 million revenues. So 2024, we are looking at closing at 1.5 million. And we projected 2025, we want to close to 2 million revenues, 2 million shillings, that is. So our traction, we have able to come up with 800 leads for the last 6 months. Out of 800 leads, 100 have been converted to paying customers, and 60% indicates willing to purchase. So conversion rate of 22% revenue on the warm leads. So we have a positive review for those who've interacted with our product of around 8.5 over 10. Right now, what we've accomplished, we've already launched the seaweed folia. We've realized our sales has reached 2.7 million, and also we have started expanding our production area. So 2024 at product standardization, that is our next mile, which we've already done the application and it's in progress. We're also looking at finishing up our expansion of our production area by 2025, and also that is Q1 and Q2. We are also looking at focusing on more on market penetration, that is. So we also looking at increasing by 30% within the next 12 months, that is on increase in customers. And also we want to engage almost 1,000 customers year to year. So this is a great team. It is part of the board. And we have a board chair, that is Mr. Mahmoud Noor, bringing his expertise in terms of innovation and digital transformation. We also have Ms. Aisha Alamin, who's the vice chair lady of Sea Earth Organics, bringing her expertise in terms of humanitarian and accounting. Myself, Hanan Mohammed, the founder and CEO. We also have Hesbon Koreche, who's the production officer with experience of around 3 years. We have Peter Momanyi, community engagement with experience of 3 years. What we want to impact is on the SDG 1, SDG 2, SDG 3, SDG 12, SDG 13, and SDG 15. So on the impact part on SDG 1, we're looking at creating jobs, 200 jobs, both permanent and laborers. SDG 3, we're looking on reduction of soil contamination on both land and the marine ecosystem. SDG 2, we want to increase the average crop yield for farmers that will be using our product. And for SDG 13, any farmer that will be using our product, then there'll be high chances of reduction of carbon emission, that is. On SDG 15, 80% improvement of soil matter, because our product really nourishes the soil and make your land fertile. 100% of organic matter in seaweed fertilizer production, that is on SDG 12. So what we are asking is around 20 million Kenya shillings, which shall be allocated 34% on production expansion, research and development, that is 17%, 23% on market and sales, 14% on distribution networks, 6% on community outreach, and 6% on the production cost. So this is John Mwangangi, a young farmer in Kwale County who's used our product and he's very satisfied with our product. And he has referred some of the farmers near him to come and purchase the fertilizer from us. He has experienced a good yield so far, so he's very happy with the product. Thank you.
So, thank you so much, Hanan. So, can we clap for her once again? I can see when I stood up, people didn't want me to cut her short. We have time allocated for startups, but I had to let it slide. You did not want to entertain me to stop that pitch. So it's time for public vote. So you go to that QR code. If you had not scanned, you scan the QR code. It will take you to the public jury platform. And then you assign points to the startup. Once you start, so I'll start my 1 minute now. Yeah, so by 1 minute, so if you started with me, yours will be. Those who are voting, your 1 minute has already started. And then we'll be able to start your pitch. Your time will be exactly 5 minutes, and when that 5 minutes is done, I will invite the public to help me in clapping for him, and we will all clap so that he knows that the time is, his time is gone. So, 1 minute is almost ending in 3, 2, 1. I think everyone has voted. So, Fred, have your mic. Slides up.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Okay, I'll start. My mom is crying. This is my mom crying. I'm Frederick Nyoike. Come from a family of 5, 2 brothers and 2 sisters. I was born and raised in Kayole, Nairobi Eastlands. Every day after school, my mother will send us to go and collect firewood, but this was the condition of our kitchen. Too much smoke, right? According to World Health Organization, more than 4 million people die annually as a result of indoor pollution. Also, millions of kgs of plastics are generated every year and irregularly disposed. People are also cutting down many trees in pursuit of fuel. You'll agree with me, these are too many problems, right? But I am a leader. At our company, Megagas, we refine and recycle plastic waste to produce clean and affordable cooking gas for low-income families. How do we do it? We collect plastics in the society, clean and sort them, take them to a production facility. At the production facility, we feed the plastics into the reactor, and through the value chain of the innovation, we are able to harvest the clean cooking gas, which we compress it into the gas cylinders and avail to the customers at affordable rates. Our process is clean and patented, hence guarantees quality. The customers can access our cooking gas at various points. This is at the community kitchen level and by refilling their gas. We target the women. This is because the women have a role in placing a meal on our tables, and they experience the first-hand challenge in placing the meal. Our business model is defined in two: refilling of the gas of the gas cylinders, and also for those who cannot afford refilling the gas, they can access our fully kitted community kitchen. In this case, you walk in with raw food, and at a small fee of $0.2 or 30 Kenya shillings per hour, you can prepare your meal. The value that we give to our customers is one: our gas is clean and safe with all the necessary documentation. It is 50% cheaper compared to our competitors, and the best thing is that it burns for a longer period of time. We have also been recycling more than plastic waste every month. And also we have been working with the households whereby you have trained many people on how to manage plastic waste. In Kenya, we are looking forward to a market of more than 35 million people. Serving an beachhead market of 80,000 in the Eastlands area will be generating a profit revenue of more than 3 million USD by the end of the 5th year. We also care about the environment. As a result, by the 5th year, we'll have prevented more than 2.9 million kg of CO2 emission into the environment. Think about the plastics that will have prevented it from being dumped in the landside and also accessing the oceans. And also we have prevented millions of trees from being cut down. We are also concerned about the social welfare. As a result, we work with the youth and women in the society. We empower them and give employment opportunities. In fact, our company has a policy that 40% of the workforce must include women. Over the last 12 months, we have had a lot of wins, the latest one being listed as the world's most innovative clean startup at the SET Awards 23 finalists. All this has been facilitated by our powerful team that has been driven from different professions and expertise ranging from engineers, industrial chemists, and economists. The team is led by Peter Njeri, our CEO, and I. Currently, we seek partnership and also networks, but above all, we seek a funding of 1 million USD. This is to amplitude our impact and also scale up our production. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite you in a vision whereby plastic waste is no longer seen as a menace, but as an important asset to transform our societies. Hence, my mother is not crying anymore. Thank you.
Yeah. I want to tell you something. Oh, so Fred, just stand there. So, we have a pool of investors. Maybe there's something that he did not say. I know amongst us we have impact investors. So they collect a lot of plastic in Nairobi, and the reason why you've not seen them selling the gas cylinders to you is the number of cylinders that the government, through the IPRA has said that they need to buy. They are a small startup, and they are required to have 10,000 cylinders of 6 kg, 10,000 cylinders of 13 kg, 10,000 cylinders of 50 kgs. But their gas is 600. I went there. You should have put my video there, Bana. You think I would have believed? We cooked, and we were with David and my colleague Alvin. We were doing a field visit. So they are doing an amazing job. So to investors out there, please, Amani, we clap for them. They are doing an amazing job. So opening it up for public to vote. Yeah, thank you so much. Opening it up for public to vote. So my 1 minute starts now. So that is Megagas. You'll find them. So choose mega gas and vote for them. Yes. Yeah. So you can scroll up. This the QR. Oh yeah, my fish. So you can scroll up. So there's still some other startups down there. It's not moving. Oh, you can just do one, and then you do next. Is it? Yeah. Just add one point until you get to megagas. Then you do next because you'll get to it. Sorry for the mix-up. We cut down the number of startup pitching at this time because of time, but all of them will be there tomorrow and we'll start again. So please, sorry for that mix-up. So then you will do that until you try to get to Jill, because coming up is Jill industry. So we're here. So then I'll add another minute so that you're done with that. So if you're done, you can just show me by a show of hand. You already done voting? Are we done voting? You want to scan again? Yeah, so we go back to the QR code. So there are startups doing amazing stuff out there. Please let's support each other. So there are a lot of them in the exhibitions. All these startups have something in the exhibitions. Go and see what Megagas is doing. Go and see what SIAD is doing. Go and see all the other startups, what they are doing. And I think you'll be able to support them. You can also continue this conversation on B2Match. You can check their profile on B2Match, the startups that are listed on the program. So remember, the program is on your the tags, that QR code. Again, if you want to see the program, it's on the Blue Economy Summit website, and also on B2Match and agenda. So you can find the programs there. So I think we are done. Jill, I want you to come. So slides up. Okay, your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Arvind Budia. I'm the CEO of Jill Industry Limited, plastic recycler. So what we are doing is recycling revolution. Plastic is a global challenge to all over the world. So plastic is like an issue all over the world. What we are doing is we started in 2014 as a startup, and we started with the 18 metric tons in a month to 150 tons in a month at 2024. So what we are committed is in both environmental and social impact, and our aim is to reduce plastic waste and empowering local community by providing direct and indirect job in plastic. The problem that we are having all over the world is that plastic is all over the ocean, landfill, river. So what we are doing is we are collecting the plastic waste from CBOs. BMUs, and that, sorry. Our product and solution is that we buy waste from waste pickers, and there are 5,000 waste pickers that depending on us, and once we are collected, we sort into different types of product and the type of plastic that we recycle. And from recycling, we do granules, where the granules, we sell granules to manufacturer where they make recyclable product. Like for example, I'm making a water tanks using a recyclable water, recyclable material that can be used in agriculture and household item as well. And we have a 55 employee, mostly is women and youth that are in the process. So the reason why it is empty is that the recycling industry is so wide that you can start with 100 shilling up to 1 million shilling. Or you can go even like 500 million shilling, because everywhere you go, there is always a plastic that can be used. So, and this is our team. In fact, I'm the CEO, but mostly I deal with the technician, because like the technician, I'm like technician guy. So Bipin Budia is the founder of Gel Industry, and Salma Chembe is the supervisor of production team. Thank you.
We clap for him once again. So Gel Industry is doing an amazing job in marine plastic. So they are preventing a lot of plastic from going to the ocean. They are based in Bamburi, and you can see they are here, outside here. You can visit their exhibition booth and see the tanks that they make. You can buy a tank. They actually add you 10% capacity on each tank. I think they're missing a lot. I know a lot about these startups. So they add you 10%, and they are very good if you're doing farming. So they support farmers. So open for public voting. We take a minute, public voting. So if you don't see it there, so you move, those other startups will come back to them tomorrow. So public voting. So we get the QR up, and then we'll just show you where you go for breakout sessions. I know I've taken quite a lot of time, and you know, tomorrow we'll try to start on time. But you see, the sweetness of the event has already started. We're getting to the technical stuff. I know you are enjoying this if you are a lover and a believer of the space. Is it? Yeah? So I am right, eh? So I am happy that we still have numbers, and we are supposed to go for lunch. This is a lot, means a lot. You guys are a believer of the cause. So the QR code, so that people can scan it, we vote for that startup. Tech team. So public vote, 1 minute. Starts now. So you can scan the QR code. Then we move to, sorry, I forgot to announce. So we will have some presents for the top 3 startups as voted by you. So you'll see a presentation of all the points, how the votes came in, and we'll enjoy on Friday in the award session. Again, remember, if you did not choose a breakout session, the breakout sessions are on your email, so please go to your email and choose a breakout session. The breakout sessions will be from now after lunch. Luke can give me the breakout sessions that we have. So, yeah. Yes. So, this is the breakout session. Is this on the plenary or Cynthia or Tina? Yeah, so this plenary is on this room. We move to this breakout, sorry. This is on, somebody can. Is Cynthia? Someone from the ushering team, get me Cynthia or Tina. Okay, I have them. I have them. Thank you. So breakout session. So we go to A. Sorry, Luke. We go back to yes. So this is on the plenary. So yeah, I was right. I wanted to confirm this. The plenary session is here. Breakout B. So remember what you chose on the in your email. This is technology innovation in fishing and enhancing efficiency and sustainability in the fisheries sector, led by Mercy. So breakout B. This will be at the tent behind the exhibitions there. So for all those interested in the tourism space, will be at the tent behind behind the exhibition. Then there is breakout C, which will be at Tamanisha Hall there at Makutano Building. Tamanisha at Makutano Building. But during the lunch break, always ask Anasha for direction if you don't seem to find the route. So you still have time to choose a breakout session if you've not chosen one. If you've not set a meeting on B2Match, please go to B2Match and do so. So tomorrow we meet here early in the morning because after the event, the breakout session, we will all be breaking. But tomorrow, let's meet. We start with a very amazing session, so you don't want to miss that. Siniseme asanti for the good work that we've done today. So we clap for ourselves. We clap for ourselves better. Isaac, it's time to clap for ourselves. Thank you. So We will go and serve our lunch. Do we have any question? We go and serve our lunch at Baraza Lounge. So there is a code here. If you had not chosen your breakout session, you can still choose your breakout session. So we have our lunch at Baraza. Then immediately at 2:50, 10 to 3, be settled in the breakout session. Do you promise to do that? Tafadhali, tafadhali. So inside those sessions, there will be a showcase and also a keynote from one of the speakers. I hope you enjoy. I hope to see you tomorrow with a lot of energy. Today we had a few official opening speeches. Tomorrow we are diving deep into the technical stuff, and then on Friday we'll close it up. Sawa sawa. Tomorrow we are coming and we are having fun. Na mapema. Mapema ndio best, sindio? See you tomorrow. God bless you.
show you how you can do the same. With access to millions of designs and a world-class design community, Kittle makes it easy to create professional, eye-catching products that sell. Plus, it's incredibly user-friendly with drag-and-drop capabilities and no subscription fees to get started. Meet Julian, a print-on-demand store owner just like you who was able to become a top-selling shop for gifts in just 2 months. How did he do it? Well, Julian started his print-on-demand experience with the goal of being able to generate extra money to support his family. But getting started can be pretty daunting, and he was using tools like Photoshop and other things to come up with designs. We all know starting from scratch is insanely difficult, but around the same time he found out about Kittle, gave it a try, and realized he could make designs that sell way more efficiently due to all of the templates, fonts, and creative elements.
cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. I'ma make myself not do best like this. So many things inside a machine. Slide down DBTs, DBTs.
So, this room is for climate-driven innovation. Sorry for the mix-up. So this is, so that's the part going on here. Hi, and we are starting now.
And I'll be moderating this session. Just to give you an introduction, as stimulates climate-driven innovation, addressing socio-economic challenges. Now, as the norm is with environmental conversations, there is a lot of jargon thrown around, big words, long sentences such as this. So I'll start off by breaking it down for you. The first part, climate-driven innovation in simple terms, and I'm hoping that we'll get more people engaged in this conversation. So climate-driven innovation, very simply put, is new ideas or practices that are developed specifically with the intention of tackling the problems caused by climate change. And the fact that you're in this room, you already know what climate change is, so I will not delve into that. But an example can be creating sustainable fishing practices. And being at the coast, you know that is such a huge sector that impacts the entire country. Now, the second part, addressing socioeconomic challenges, is basically how climate change affects people's lives and the economy. When we talk of this blue sector economy in Kenya, we're looking at a population of almost 3 million people. So how is climate change affecting them, their daily lives? When we look at fish population declining, how are fishermen's lives affected? What alternative livelihoods are there? So this session, we're going to delve into this. I've expounded it. Now we're going to delve into different presentations, then we'll have a panel session. And on this note, I would like to look for a gentleman by the name Steve Trott from Watamu Marine Association. If you have here, please come. We will start off with the first presentation from Dr. Benjamin Coburn at UK Centre for Environment, Fisheries, Sciences. Please give him a warm welcome.
Hi everyone, how's it going? So my name is Ben. I work at the Centre for the Environment, Fisheries and Aquaculture Science. We're a UK agency, part of the government, and for those of you who are living here in of Chem-free, so we do anything to do with the ocean and to do with science. Could I have my slides, possibly? First slide, please. Slide is going to come up. CFAS was founded in 1902. We've been an institution for over 100 years. Brilliant, thanks. Yeah, one forward, please. So this is our name, that's our mission. We do science for a sustainable blue economy. So a blue economy, there may be many different moving components, there may be risks, there may be threats. Our job is to understand those risks and threats and give the best advice for people to move forward. We're based on the UK coast, so you can see those 2 points there. I'm based on the East Coast, but we also have a worldwide remit. We've got projects all around the world. We have a lot of collaborations, and if you have an idea, collaborate on. One project that we have done in Kenya way back in the 1920s did the first ever study of the Lake Victoria and the fish that are living there. And now Chem-free are looking to redo that study 100 years on. So we have a worldwide impact. We have our own research vessel working in labs around the UK. And I just wanted to give you, next slide please. Here's a little infographic about who we are. And so yeah, the UK is an island. We're surrounded by the ocean. Our blue economy is quite well developed. And I just want to give you a few examples of best practice that we do in the UK of things that might be relevant for Kenya. So next slide, please. So one of our really important functions is the Fish Health Inspectorate. We have a lot of aquaculture in the UK, both in the sea, in the rivers and the lakes. And like in any farm, disease can be an issue. I've already heard from some people today talking about how disease is affecting some of the Lake Victoria. So this is our statutory, we are the competent authority. That means it's our role to test all fish. Oh, sorry, one back. Yeah, you can see fish farms, and we actually do lab work as well. And we give rapid responses to people of what they should do in case of fish disease. Next slide, please. Also in the UK, recently in the last 25 years, we've had a lot of offshore wind generation. Offshore wind in the UK makes sense because the North Sea, you can see on the eastern side of the UK, it's very shallow. And so it's quite easy to install wind farms out there. And now that's really helping the UK meet net zero, right? We're transitioning away from carbon energy generation to wind, but it also creates additional benefits. So within 50 of these wind turbines. So all of these concessions have actually ended up being de facto marine parks. Also, a lot of that's needed to keep these plants in place, like the pilings, the undersea cable protection, we're building those with materials that encourage life to settle on them, so oysters and mussels. They're not allowed to fish there. We're actually creating these novel habitats with a lot of marine life around these wind farms. And just to give you a couple of stats, last year we generated 93 gigawatts of energy from our wind farms, and our aim in the UK is to reach 125 gigawatts by 2050 to meet net zero. Next slide, please. Another area we're doing a lot with, so those of you not familiar, salt marsh is like the UK equivalent of mangroves. Ah, I've got a thing, thanks. I've got a thing. So yeah, if you guys don't know what a salt marsh looks like, it's like this. It's more like bushes and shrubs. And this map over here on the right shows you all the land in the southeast of the UK that is less than 2 meters, right? So you guys are 2 meters below me, right? So the sea only has to rise that small amount, and the UK will theoretically lose all of this land. So one thing that we're doing is actually we're encouraging small amounts of managed retreat. We are breaking through some of the areas that we reclaimed in the past, and we're allowing these natural salt marshes to come back because they can, as they catch sediment, they keep growing as the sea level rises. And not only that, just like mangroves, they're really, really important blue carbon habitats. I got a stat on that just, I think, what was it? UK salt marshes, we think, currently sequester 700,000 and in the past 10 years, the UK has increased its salt marsh to really. And then finally, an example from here in Kenya. This is actually a bit of a personal project that I was doing since about 15 years ago. So at the top here, you can see Watamu Marine National Park looking beautiful and healthy, full of color. But this picture here is unfortunately how it looked in April this year. I don't know if any of you were out on the reef in April this year. We had really bad bleaching. The sea temperature got up to 33, 34. For 4 years now. So in this picture, that some of the colonies bleached, some of them didn't. But then luckily, a lot of them survived. And so, for example, this colony on the bottom, it didn't bleach and it survived. So we think it's thermally resistant. And we are now going to getting those thermally resistant colonies out on the reef to not only plant the corals back that have been lost, but also make sure that the corals we plant back are thermally resistant. And just to finally say, there's a lot of this coral gardening going on around the world. We're trying to do it in a really low-tech, low-cost manner. So you can see here, we're literally making the concrete plugs in the sand by the beach. And instead, you know, our attachments are just simple wires and nails that you can buy in any. Yeah. So our goal is not only to do effective restoration, but to do it cheaply and to do it easily. And then a final example is more of a legal, financial one. So, you know, many of you might be aware of offsetting, voluntary offsetting that a company can do, either for climate or for biodiversity. In the UK, this has just been enshrined in law. So it's now a legal requirement that any developer accounts for what biodiversity was on the land that they're developing, replaces it plus 10%. Which is what this little diagram shows here, right? I'm sorry, the image is a little bit blurry, but that's a really nice example of a new apartment building area. They've got some trees, lakes, and a lot of biodiversity, so they've actually improved biodiversity through their development. And basically, this is bringing a lot of private money to the table. You know, in the past, it was supported by NGOs and governments, but now we're seeing increasingly in the UK a lot of novel funding sources coming from commerce. And that's who I am. Like I said, come talk to us if you have an idea that you'd like to collaborate on. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Benjamin. Next, we have a presentation by Steve Trott from the Watamu Marine Association. I would ask you to retain your questions until after Steve's presentation, then you can ask questions regarding the two presentations. I know it's burning, but you know, just stay calm. So I'll invite Steve right now from the Watamu Marine Association to give us his presentation. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you, Patricia. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, so today we're looking at growing the plastic circular economy in Kenya coast counties, and I'd like to show you how EcoWorld Recycling is doing that and turning trash into cash, or as we say, takani mali. Here we go. What did you do? Benjo, did you press right? Yeah, right or left, isn't it? Okay, having a technical glitch. Tech people, any ideas? Okay, got it. Thank you. Okay, so let's look at, start with the problem. We do have a plastic waste management problem in Kenya, and especially at the Kenya coast. Plastic waste, it's causing land and marine pollution, and when we look at the magnitude, going back to this IUCN 2020 report, it's an estimated 37,000 tons of plastic. Plastic has value. This plastic can and should be recycled. At some of those solutions. What we've done at EcoWorld is created dynamic plastic waste value chains, and that is through partnership tourism industry, with communities and community groups, and with the plastic manufacturing industry, and with governing authorities, county governments, government agencies, etc. And this is the solutions, or these are the solutions that can work. These are all inclusive, and it is creating dynamic partnerships. So again, continuing with the solutions, looking how at EcoWorld we tackle these problems. And so starting with our strategies and our pillars. Pillar number 1 is to formalize waste collectors, a network of waste collectors, and that sector to be made up of women and youth groups, a sector that will the plastic circular economy. The middle pillar, again, is partnerships. We have this, the circular economy is inclusive. It is vital that we have dynamic partnerships. And so we are partnering with the county governments, we're partnering with the manufacturing industry, so they can come in and circular economy. And finally, our third column is looking and opening up new and diverse plastic recycling and upcycling innovations, and looking at how we can add value to our recycled plastic. And so how are we doing this, and what are the achievements so far in 2024? On the supply chains, we've created skilled plastic waste collector networks and trained women and youth to be the suppliers, and currently we're handling 20 to 30 tons of plastic a month. With markets, we're increasing the market demand for plastics at the coast and also exploring export potential. We know now that European companies, recycling companies, are interested in our plastic, and that is opening up a new opportunity for growth. And then on socio-economic achievements, the job that we're creating, the income streams we're creating. In Kilifi County right now today, over 500 women and youth waste collectors are receiving an income for collecting plastic. And at EcoWorld Recycling, over 69 full-time and part-time employees. Onto the environmental use and specifically target ocean-bound plastic. And so to focus on those leakage points in all of the towns along the coast, in all coast counties, and especially Mombasa City. So continuing looking at the value chains. So our buyback schemes offer to our women and youth collectors, they offer fair prices and direct payments through M-Pesa. Waste collectors. And I have to say now, we no longer call them waste collectors. We call them environmental service providers, because that is exactly what they are. To society. We need to respect that status and the service they're providing, and to all of us as society, give a big thank you to them. And then looking at green stations, we provide through partnerships waste disposal bins in key coastal towns. These encourage the public to recycle and also raises awareness. Service agreement clients, hotels, housing estates, that is increasing income streams, which again drives the circular economy and creates inclusivity. And then we have to look at our potential partnerships and with the plastic manufacturing industry, and how they can, with the county governments, help us plan and develop circular strategies together. So looking at the circular economy model and its impacts, we have impacts on the left, the model on the right, and the model is really quite simple, and that's exactly what it's designed to be. The circular economy, in principle, is simple if we all follow it. And in our model for plastic circularity starts with our material recovery facility, which improves collection systems, the supply, Then we have increased plastic processing, where the plastic is crushed, processed to become a more valuable product in the marketplace. This then leads to behavioral changes in society as more and more people come on board, and less plastic waste goes to the waste streams. Recovery, and that is the growth of the circular economy. It is, in essence, simple if we all follow it. Looking at the impacts, they speak for themselves. Where we're headed at the moment, we're set up in 4 coast towns. We have material recovery facilities in Watamu, Malindi, and in Q1 2025, we'll be in Mombasa. The aim is to set up a material recovery facility there and really tap into that big plastic waste supply and also reduce the impact of plastic impact. Again, clear benefits, clear impacts. They speak for themselves. All of this will increase when we reach Mombasa. The training of 100 women just this year, that is going to increase to 100, and 500 women and youth in Kilifi, that will increase next year to a targeted 2,000. Down there, marine litter. So that's 100 tons in the past year that has been recovered from our beaches and our marine protected areas. And all of this can only happen through vital partnerships. Without partnerships, the circular economy cannot succeed. And those partnerships are dynamic. And so when you look at them, on the one side, we have the value chain partners, we have the material recovery facilities, the recyclers. We're working with T3 Africa, who are here today. We're also with Kwali Recycling Center, who are here today. They're our partners in our USAID plastics program. And then we have the community-based organizations, the women's groups, the formal, informal waste sector, and management units. Everybody plays a key role in this value chain. And of course, the tourism sector and private households through the waste collection services. Looking at the support partners, this is where we need that sector to come in through networking, like Kenya Plastic Pact, like Sustainable Inclusive Business, like the development partners, crucial at this moment in time as we're going through our development and growth phase, and that is USA Plastic Circular Economy Program and the Slovak Aid Project Development. Without these 2 projects that have helped us get to, and with them, we couldn't get to this level of growth and business development. So key. The manufacturing industry also, through extended producer, we need to work with them, they need to partner with us as part of their compliance. And so this is work in progress. We've already made good contacts and partnerships with Pro through the Kenya Association of Manufacturers and through the Coca is partnership development that will take us to the next level. And of course, the local departments and agencies, Kenya Wildlife Service, the county governments, and NEMA, which are crucial again to helping us develop that economy and putting the plans and strategies in place. So where we go from here, our scale up for 2025 in Kilifi, Mombasa, Kwale counties, we're targeting more than 50 metric tons of plastic a month. That is very much achievable. We're already at 2030 in Kilifi County. Entering Mombasa is going to scale that right up to more than 50. And that is a conservative estimate or a conservative target. We say 50, but we're aiming for 100. And it's there. Mombasa, being Kenya's biggest city, is the second biggest producer of plastic waste. And we're going to open that material recovery facility. That is going to open up new opportunities for investment. Currently, EcoWorld Recycling is a social enterprise which attracts CSR support attracts organizations who would like to support with grants to build the circular economy. But once we're in Mombasa, we'll be setting up a which will then be investment ready to green ventures and impact investors. And so this is the infrastructure needed for that growth as we go forward. And those opportunities are very real, partnering with companies and especially investors who want to travel this journey with us together. And so what does this making a difference? What does this create? By definition, the circular economy creates multiple benefits, both economic and environmental for all of us. And so that is the way forward. It is the model to the plastic waste problem. And if we all pull together we can make this happen. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Steve. I'll just ask you to stay there in case we have any questions for Steve, or we'll take one question for each. Do we have any? Any question for either of them? Okay, that's it. Then we'll move on to. And thank you both so much.
Oh, we have one. Your question, please.
Good afternoon again. My name is Mwatunje Anderson Tunje, representing Jikuzenyayo Youth Group. My question is on Mr. Steve Trott. I think we are doing a circular economy. I think so. So my question, because you do
well, the plastics we're targeting, oh, sorry, rigid plastics. Yeah, so the rigid plastics are, biggest percentage of plastics is PET, which is your single-use plastic bottles. That is the biggest plastic waste volume at the Kenya coast and in the country. So that is one rigid plastic. The other one is high-density plastic, and then we have various other polymers after that. And so all of those have a value in the recycling marketplace. The values differ from plastic to plastic. By a service provider, you need to be to take for rigid plastics. By far, PET out there. And so that is the one that most waste collector groups, organizations are targeting. But there are all of the other rigid plastics do have a value as well. So separation is important. You need your plastics out of them because you have, and in what volume, how many kgs. So separation is very important. And that's where at Eco World Recycling, we give to all of our groups, and so they can identify the different plastics and know which ones they want to collect. I hope that answers the question. Thanks.
Last question.
Good afternoon. My question is to Dr. You reached out on the on stage and said if you have any idea for partnership, collaboration, you would love to partner with others. But what
numbers. like this, measuring. So on the salt marsh creation, we don't, oh yeah, great, we've got a salt marsh, there's some carbon. We put flux towers, we take cores, we do laboratory work, we quantify how much is there. So I guess from a UK perspective, we're looking for those people who have and aquaculture going on here in Kenya at the moment. That's why I brought up that first slide. But nobody's really testing for diseases in Lake Victoria. So that's one area. If there were fish farms who wanted expertise on how to test for diseases. So it's those high-level scientific services that we offer. Yeah.
All right, thank you all so much. For any other questions, you feel free to reach out to them after the session one-on-one, and they'll be happy to answer. If they refuse, just call me, I'll deal with them. Next round and final round, we're going to spend 45 minutes on this panel engagement. I have an amazing group of people that I feel like I have known my whole life, but I've just known them for about an hour, but I can attest they're really nice people. So help me welcome on stage Ms. Denisa Mokova, the Foundation as the Climate Resilience Program Coordinator. Now, in this session, we're going to have a Q&A with these panelists, and some of the issues that we're going to tackle are threats facing coastal ecosystems in Kenya, and they're going to give practical examples. That way they resonate better. Then we're also going to look at socioeconomic factors such as poverty and the implications of resource degradation in the marine ecosystem. We're also going to look at sustainable management of marine ecosystems in Kenya. We're also obviously and how it can create sustainable economic opportunities. We're going to look at the role of technology in building climate resilience. And another key area that we're going to delve into is stakeholder engagement, because for any of these programs to be successful, different levels of people have to be engaged for successful implementation. And finally, we're going to look at global and local context when it comes to collaborations. So I will start off my Q&A with Ms. Denisa. And the first question I have for you is, how can climate-driven innovation contribute to job creation, poverty reduction, and economic growth in Kenya? Welcome.
Thank you so much, Patricia, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your question. And first of all, I would like to say that I'm really happy to be here, and I'm very happy to also see that Kenya is really becoming a climate champion on the continent. We have seen it on several occasions, and despite the challenges that it's facing, it's really setting the ground for innovations and amazing ideas. So Africa Climate Summit recently, last year, has been one of the highlights, where Kenya secured $23 billion in investments for green projects, which is a huge success, and I really applaud them for this. And I'm also very proud to say that Slovakia has been a partner to Kenya Secondly, Slovakia is a very small country. We are just 5 million people, and we really need to specialize on certain topics. We are not a huge country, huge donor, just 5 million people. So our focus is on innovations, on smart technologies, artificial intelligence. And we believe that through that we can really help Kenya to address the challenges that it's facing. Secondly, we have also gone through transformation from being a development beneficiary. We used to receive ODA, and only throughout the years more willing to share our knowledge, and we are happy to do so for Kenya. And we have been using several tools in order to tackle and help to tackle the challenges here, whether it's small grants, very small targeted programs. We have also several big projects. We are working with private sector, which is a driver for change and for the capital, for the country, as well as including academia and other sectors, including, of course, non-governmental. And to name a few practical examples, first of all, I would like to mention, of course, SOTEHAB, the host of this event. We've been working with SOTEHAB really years and years, and this summit is just one of the activities that we support. And I would like to mention one concrete project we have supported. It's called climate innovation. Innovators in blue economy, in renewable energies and technologies, digital space. And we have been able to provide them acceleration training to tackle the challenges they might have, whether it's with their entrepreneurship skills or access to digital platforms. And one of the beneficiaries was a Kenya-based organization called Dream Doers, and they have developed this plant, Azola, and they've been using it in communities to really basically grow the plant and then feed it to the livestock. It's very protein rich, and the community has been able to use and have more resources available in terms of the livestock that they could themselves and benefit further. So this is just one of the examples how we've been active with them. And of course, I can't omit our great partner, EcoWorld Recycling. Thank you so much, Steve, for your presentation. On the topic of circular economy, very happy we could be engaged with such a great group of people, young people, women, providing job opportunities for them, as well as helping to set up the recycling factory and facilities. And we are very much looking forward for future cooperation, especially in the plastic credit scheme that I hope that we can develop together. And obviously, we have been projects partially involved, especially in the Mazingira Park, where we have counties. We have been pretty much active in all of them, whether it's Kilifi, Kwale. Do this without our partners like the European Union. We've been trying to do our part, share the expertise, help Kenya tackle the challenges. And thank you.
environmental changes that they apply in their day-to-day, whether it's job creation, whether on those. And you also mentioned the aspect of challenge related challenges that Kenya is facing.
Thank you for the question. Thank you again for the first speaker. Again, that was very informative and very useful in context of the challenges that we are facing, especially in the course related to climate change. I think these are challenges. The good thing is you've asked me a question that everyone can relate to my answer. I think when we have, for example, issues of shortages, which come from, changes in rain patterns, but also they come from the maybe the of the underwater aquifers. So even tapping wells and so on, it's no longer a viable option. This is very difficult for the coastal people. It's a very hot place, and it makes it even more difficult considering how much time people have to spend to look to get water, and it's especially more difficult for the poor because if let's say you are a middle class person or a middle upper or a rich person, you can afford to have water reservoirs in your home, you can afford to have tanks. But for the poor, it's especially difficult because maybe they just have 2 cans where they have to get water and they end up paying even more for that. So I'd say water is something that when you work with the communities is a big problem, whether it's for domestic use, whether it's for the livestock, people who keep the pastoralists, it's a major issue. The other issue I would say is rise in temperature. For people now, for us who are from, but we know this is not the worst. We know that when it comes to February, March, April, we start better than last year. So there is, a big temperature change. And then, at the end of every year, when we get the result, visit IPCC, we do hear that so it's the congestion of the city, it's the temperature rise. We have a different breed of mosquitoes and other diseases that have also come recently, like the chikungunya, and we had never such things, and it's because of the temperature change. I would say the other thing is flooding, erratic rains and flooding. So while it is hot like this, it becomes very difficult to plan, and it is especially areas, and especially eroded, and it's called accretion, where
some of the partnerships. Partners are supporting us in some of these processes to meet these. Three thematic machine learning, and AI. The second one, might ask, there was an alert. There was each fishes were warned. Data analytics by using advanced modeling techniques or tools such. In short, this is known as something going to take place. You can plan and you can try and put your that we're undertaking as a wildlife conservation society, machines in trying to model and predict missions for the establishment of voluntary community small-scale. They indicate that even though we might have, if there is no fishing, the final result or the final end to whatever happens if it's sea rise temperature or bleaching is not as severe. So if you have an area that you've set aside, this is an area that can be able to increase resilience. So this is now long-term resilience. And model the best community. But other than that, I'll bring for local knowledge in decision-making processes. So in this project, we are also engaging communities to try and add another layer of information, which is based on the resource they interact with, like which areas they feel are important for habitats such as coral reef, seagrass, and mangrove. And they actually map these areas. It's a participatory mapping process. And it's very interesting in that you find that they might identify areas that have not been picked by the model. You know, the model is built using maybe satellite information, satellite imagery. So this adds another layer and it makes it very powerful because you fill in these gaps due to the level of uncertainty. So when you have such approaches, the marine spatial planning process, the project is still ongoing, but this is one of the means algorithms and
going to be a positive shift in mindset. And when you have the positive shift, it makes it easy to actualize and build the resilience that is required. So, yeah, there is hope. Study that you conducted in the South Coast. Thanks.
I'm not a scientist like Andreas, but I'm a government officer, so I will try to give my perspective. Previously, I used to work for Slovak Development Agency for 5 years in the headquarters in Bratislava. And even though I was project manager for the wider Eastern African region, I only saw the projects on the paper. I read the reports. I maybe went to do monitoring once or twice. But I've been here 1 year as a development cooperation counselor, and now I see it completely different. Being able to visit the communities, being able to engage with various whether it's on the county level, whether it's on the local level, government level, it feels truly revolutionary. Is the local organizations, non-governmental, private
Mic
sector,
test.
very bright, young, innovative people. So say yes, and it's only gonna get better.
Is that sufficient hope?
I need one more.
All right, so there is hope both ways. When you work with this, when you work in the communities and you work in spaces where you know you are the government from an, it inspires the local. They're like, oh, so the mangroves are so important. You know, some comfortable place somewhere to come here, and these mangroves to restore them. So they get hope that way. We also get hope when we start seeing some positive response. Remy was saying, okay, my case is different. I don't see a lot of, but even when I see one fisher who wants the others to embrace a more sustainable fishing method, it's really like that to me is really. Their natural instinct is we must, get as much as we can, because you never know, you can't tomorrow holds. But when just a few of them are able to understand this and others, then I think, okay, we are work. It is infiltrating into the people, and it makes me very hopeful. Yeah, I think I'll stop at that. Thank you
so much. Why I ask this is because of environmental issues in general. Typically, when communicated, it gives a sense of doom and hopelessness. So I want you to hear from people that are working on the ground, people that are implementing these projects and programs, that yes, it's not the end. Individual capacities, as you keep on doing this work, changing the world, mitigating climate change at whatever capacity. Keep in mind that let's instill and pass on a message of hope. Telling people, yes, the world is ending, don't shout in their face. You can just whisper, yes, the world is ending, but we will be okay, okay? So I'll give 5 minutes to the audience for any question. I will limit it to 1 question per panelist. Do we have questions? None? 1? Any other? To which panelist? Who is the other question? 2? 3.
Umezima hiyo. Weka hiyo nipe hiyo.
Kama nitafanya kazi yenu.
Mbona?
Mbona nitafanya kazi yenu mnalipiwa nyinyi?
Si nyinyi ndio mnafanya source ya audio.
Yeah, but if change is not part of it, unafaa unipea cable nizunge na baadaye imeisha.
Sasa hatutumii cable wireless itakuwaje? Ama niache? Na tukiulizwa tuseme mmekataa kutupea source.
Nimekupea source, kazi yako ndio.
Si imezima sasa.
You are not doing your part.
Nisaidie kubadilisha.
Niuliza mtu wako kama hii ni kenye nitakuwa nafanya hivi na
Sasa tumekusumbua mara ngapi na hii imechukua almost 7 hours kumalizika.
In these efforts. Thank you.
Hi everyone. You are looking for Hope. My name is Hope Mwanake. Scientist who turned an entrepreneur. And I wanted to react to what Esther talked about, or issues relating to rain and rainwater harvesting, and how much rainwater can be so devastating, yet it's a resource when harnessed can bring a difference. I work for a company that tries to that we can use rainwater and harvest it and be able to use it in our homes. So we have a long way to go. That's just what I wanted to react to. When you're saying that there's all these and people are not taking advantage of, is true. Because from experience, it's really a challenge for people that they on other sources of water. It's a really difficult conversation. Yes, we have a go, and I'm so glad that people are initiatives make a difference when it comes to like climate change. Thank you.
I'll give a response position some time back. So being a student is, many times you don't know what you're going to do, but it's good to be interested in something. Interested in something, the goodness of being in a lecturers, you have supervisors, and who are experienced, and for the lecturers who in the starting point, and then organizations that were interested in. So, of myself, and in campus, I was interested in the conservation of and this is something that I studied, and I looked for an institution. I got an opportunity as an intern in the institution I'm in, and currently you can see the position I'm in. It's because of the interest, it's because of the people who, the available resources that you have, who can also give you at least action. They can introduce you to these different, let's say, program heads or managers or directors. Also, if that doesn't work, if you're not friendly with lecturers, just where WCS is, walk in with your letter, say, hey, look, this is what I'm doing. If there's an opportunity to volunteer, because there might be some benefits, but just have an open mind, curiosity. So that's what I'd be able to say.
So you've answered well, but not for. Thank you. So I'm in the Office of Partnership Research and Innovation in the university. And what we are having is we have students who are innovators, really good projects, research ideas that will want to go out in the industry and do something, or would want to, and as an institute, would want to be involved and have these students, when they go out there, they have something to do. So I'm looking into partnerships in research, partnerships in internships, partnerships in attachments. And also we have a new project that is run within the university called the Ocean Climate Innovation Hub that I'm leading. So we have different programs. So that is what actually brought me here. We're looking to also be part of these initiatives. Thank you.
That makes things very clear, and sorry, how I answered it might not have been the right thing, but I think I captured, some of my responses captured to what you're speaking about. So it's about, this is an opportunity to network. We can share contacts, you can see the representatives from different organizations, but there's that thing about meeting common objectives. Search, but is it relevant to the organizations which you're approaching and you'd like to work with? So tailoring your objectives to meet objectives that the organization would like to meet is a very good way of strategically engaging various partners. I hope I've answered your question.
My name is Anna, and first I would like to say thank you very much for taking the time to share your experiences with us. Mine, it isn't a question, but a comment. And I think next time when we are having such kind of a discussion, according to me, I think it will be better for us to make the session much more interactive. For example, when you mentioned that we need to integrate technology, such as AI, I'm sure majority of the people here are already doing such kind of stuffs. But when you're integrating technology such as AI, I'm sure there are a number of challenges such as social and economic challenges which people are going through. So if we could have made this session interactive enough, I'm sure people could have spoken the kind of challenges which they're experiencing, the social, the environmental, and also the economic challenges that come with integrating technology such as AI. Then based on your experience, we'll be able to come up with solutions. So that is my comment, but thank you.
Hi. My first question goes to Esther on climate resilience. I'm Polycarp from Majorani Secondary School, but running an organization known as Go Green Hub. Now, we've done a lot of tree planting, most of them exotic. That is the eucalyptus, the pine, the casuarina, the mkilifi, and the others. And last month we were having a group planting session with Total Energies. And one of their conservation experts was like, okay, you can run well, but you can do the natives or the native plants, because they have a way of getting into the soil, but these other ones, they have their roots running across. So the conservation would be realized more if we do more of the native than the exotic. I would like more clarification on the same. My second question, am I allowed to do two? Sauti. Time. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And the native versus the exotic. Yeah, so the exotic, you introduce them to a new environment. They are not used to that environment, so survival, they are going to struggle to survive because they need to adapt to the soils, they need to adapt to the water, to the climate and temperature, as opposed to the native or the indigenous. They originally, the original plants, they are used to the soil types, they are used to the climate. So they have experienced different circumstances, different changes in climate, and they'll be able to thrive in these soils, yeah. So in selection of which trees to plant, it is good to go for the indigenous one because they're able to withstand all different stresses, all the weather changes, they're able to reproduce, to regenerate with that area, yeah. So that's why us as AKF, we really promote to go for these ones because they'll be able to adapt easily to the different changes in climate. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you all so much, and a big thank you and shout out to our panelists. I believe there's so much hope in the room, especially hope literally in the room. So thank you all so much. You've been a wonderful audience. And as our panelists step off the stage, I want to give them one word. Give us a call to action in just one sentence as you're stepping off the stage. What's the call to action as you're leaving the stage?
My call is think and act responsibly. Think and act responsibly.
My call for action would be keep bringing on the innovative ideas. You're doing great.
So my call for action is a Swahili saying, kidole kimoja hakivunji chawa. We need to come together to be able to achieve some of these objectives or goals.
Innovations and the ideas you come up with, and I'll say your success is our greatest reward. Thank you.
A round of applause for all of them. Thank you so much, panelists. Moderator for this session. My name is Patricia. I'm with UNEP implementing the global account much, and I officially call this session to a Santeni.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, maybe na charge. Bit slow, I think. Haichajiki na PC. Ama nikae hapa. So nasema ichaji na PC.